Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Alrighty. Let's get this thing going here. Closed captions are brought to you by Google. And they look like they're working. It seems like the mic is working. It seems like the mic is at a reasonable volume. It also seems like the music is at a reasonable volume. It's weird. I don't hear the music out loud anymore because of the things that I changed with the audio setup. I kind of miss it, but like I kind of don't. But like I also am never really sure like what song is playing and if it's like weird or not anymore. So I don't know. Just a piece of information, I guess. I got nothing else. Okay, we'll be right there. I'm still muted. Okay. Anyway, no, I'm not muted anymore. Now I'm not muted, but I saw it. I saw it. I noticed it myself. Okay, what was that? What did I just say? Hello, hi, welcome, happy. Checks the calendar. Tuesday. It is Tuesday. I'm a little earlier than what the schedule said today. Schedule said 4 p.m. Actually, the schedule on Twitch didn't say anything at all, to be fair, because I forgot to update the schedule on Twitch. I also didn't update in Discord. I updated the events in Discord. Whatever. I'm fucking here. It's Tuesday. Welcome in. Sofa, hello. Welcome. It's good to see you. Belly flops. Welcome. Not in Getty. Happy Tuesday. Welcome in. Fellas, it's good to see you. I hope you're having a good one. I hope everyone had a good weekend, good Monday, good start to the week. Twinderella, welcome in. Hello. Hello. How was 9 Inch Nails? Shayna, welcome. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Fellas doing okay? I'm good. I'm glad. I'm good. I'm glad. I am also good. What the fuck happened to today? I don't even know what happened to today. What did I do today? I dropped Calvin off at camp. I worked out. I went to therapy. I went shopping. I came home. I finished writing a couple different recipes, and now I'm here. I'm going to test 2 of those recipes today. I'm also going to work on a new one, and oh wait, do I have to work on a new one? I actually don't. I'm going to. I was just thinking about it. I don't actually have to. I just, in this moment, as I'm speaking out loud, realized that Calvin is doing something different this evening. And I don't have to provide dinner for Calvin. However, Gwen still may want to eat something. And there are leftovers, though. I'm going to want to eat something. And I planned on doing this today anyway. So let's get into it, I guess. They're going to be home any minute now. Not any minute. They're going to be home in the next like 10 to 15 minutes. So I also don't want to like start immediately into doing a recipe test because I want to be able to like time that. Oh my God, excuse me. I want to be able to time that. And as we know, when my family arrives, it takes my attention away from what I'm doing. So Fluff says, we went to the dinosaur museum yesterday. We go every year, but it's awesome every time. I just had like a silly question that popped up in my head. I was like, oh, do they have any like new exhibits there? And then I was like, that's a silly question because like there aren't any like new dinosaurs. Yes, I know there are new dinosaurs. I know that new things get discovered regularly, and if you want to hear and see all about that, you can go visit our friend Paleontologizing over on Twitch. But I guess it's exciting no matter what, even if the exhibits don't really change all that much. I like it. I like a dinosaur museum. I can absolutely understand why that would be an annual trip. Because every time we go to the Academy of Natural Sciences here in Philadelphia and see big dinosaur skeletons that they have there, it's still exciting. So I get it. Thank you for the shout out to Danny. Totally unforced shout out. And appreciated. Old dinosaurs are new again. Yeah, like they still discover new stuff, right? Like new things happen all the time. But I'm thinking like with art, etc. Like, I don't know. There's like modern art. There's not like modern dinosaurs. There are. But they all live in Florida and sit on the porch and make comments about the youth. I rest my case about the dinosaurs. It's the Badlands of Alberta, so they have a prep lab, and that sounds cool. So they're actually like doing work there. It's not like, oh, we got this T-Rex skeleton that we gotta set up and dust a couple times a year. There's actual like neat stuff happening. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. And, you know, hey, bonus, as all the permafrost melts, we're going to start to get some new excavation and digs, which I guess is like a good thing. I don't know. Fuck. That was so bleak. Sorry. Cyborg, welcome in. 222 check-ins. That's a great number. I like that number. You can just see into the lab. Okay, that's cool. That is actually interesting. And fascinating. Boris, welcome. We got the Steve Buscemi dude. That's a good one. I like that one. That's one of the very few hello sounds that aren't a hello or hi. But it's a good one. It is a greeting. Dude. Okay. What are we doing today? I'm drinking this bubbly, sparkling water, lime, with other natural flavors, which, as we know, and have been educated, are real. Carbonated water, natural flavor, bottled under the authority of PepsiCo. I didn't know these were made by Pepsi. That makes me like them less. Anyway, I didn't buy these. Gwen had a party this weekend and bought them for her guests. And I guess maybe they didn't like them either because they're all still in the fridge. What are we doing today? We're doing 2 recipes. We're testing them. So last time on stream, I wrote the recipe, meaning I did all of the measuring and the writing, the judging of things. This time we're following a recipe exactly. Time, temperature, volume, etc. So we're going to follow the recipe because I've written it now. Now it's like V2. Tidy whities. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Hey, yo. And welcome in. Happy Tuesday to you too. Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Tuesday's the worst day of the week. I know I've said this many times, and I don't mean to be dark about it, but it is historically, it's my least favorite day of the week because Monday you're still sort of like, oh, the weekend, that was a insert the blank weekend. Great. But it's like Monday, and people are still in the corporate world relatively calm on Monday. Tuesday's the day that everyone decides they want to go to work and decides they want to do shit for the week. And so Tuesday's the day where things start happening, and it's also so close to Monday that there's still so much week ahead. There's still Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday left. Fuck out of here. So if you work in a desk job, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Classic office timing. It's my opinion that Tuesday's the worst day. Tuesday might be your favorite day. Tidy whities included. Tidy whities, why is Tuesday one of your favorite days of the week? Right now, I'm kind of ambivalent to Tuesday. Yeah, Wednesday is cool. When I'm done this, I'm over halfway done. Wednesday is the day that you decide what you're going to finish for the week. That's how I see it. If you, at the end of Wednesday, you're like, I have, as long as I get this thing finished by Friday, noon, we're good. And again, I'm speaking corporate world. Corporate, whatever, 9 to 5, tradition, classic workaday hours. I'm not talking about my schedule, which is fucking not any of that. Tuesday's usually a pretty calm day for me now. Gwen goes to her office on Tuesday, mostly. Tuesday's the day we're sort of settled into the week. So I don't hate it as much, but whatever. Tell you what, he says, Mondays are always kind of a drag. Tuesdays feel like a breath of fresh air after that. Fair. Okay. So if you take Monday as like, you chalk Monday up to being like a loss, essentially, then Tuesday is not bad. I can see that. I like your positivity, Tighty Whities. That sounds like something we could all strive for. And by all, I mean me. Anyway, I'm glad that Tuesdays are a good one for you. Listen, if you work in a 9-to-5 type of situation, Tuesday's almost over. The enunciation of all the T's was wild. Yeah, I don't know why I did that, but it was once I like got into it, I just kept going. It happens. I had someone tell me recently that I enunciate and speak really clearly, which I was proud of because I try to. And I was like, it's intentional. Thanks. Oh, it was someone in France. That's what it was. It was someone to whom English is their second language, and we were talking and like chatting for a while, and they were like, "Oh, you're very easy to understand." And I was like, "Yes, I'm speaking clearly and slowly so that you can understand me, and I'm also using normal speech, not slang, no esoteric words." So, Philadelphians are not known for speaking clearly. You, friend, are referring to the hoagie mouth that afflicts so many of our fair city. It's what you sound like when you got a mouthful of hoagie, which is a sub or a sandwich for the uninitiated. Yeah, Philly. Hey, use guy. Use guys. Fucking, it's like New York, only worse. Okay, what have we done? I turned the oven on. I turned the oven on to 375. That's what I decided. I decided for these cookies, by the way, we're making the apple oat cheddar cookies again. That's one of the recipes we're testing. I decided I wanted to make them at 375 because I feel like, yes, they'll cook a little quicker and they'll get a little browner on the bottom, which is what I want. I decided that when I made them last time, even the ones that were done for longer, which was like almost 18 minutes, were not quite finished enough. So we're gonna try a little different today. We're gonna try a little tenderness. We're gonna try to actually firm them up a little bit, not have them be tender. The chicken that we're gonna cook today will be tender, should be tender. Chef Mago, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I hope it's been a good one for you. Or conversely, I hope it will continue to be a good one, or will get better, or whatever you need. I haven't spoken out loud today. I haven't talked to a single person today. I have not. No, that's not true. I went to therapy. Oh yeah, no, I did talk to Pete. I did talk to someone today for exactly an hour. But I haven't had like a normal conversation today. Anyway, what are we doing? Today we're making two recipes. We're going to test the two of these recipes. Those are the apple oat cheddar cookies and the soup. Today, what I need to do with the soup, the cookies are really easy. How many does it serve? I don't know. 13, because it makes 13 cookies. Super simple. The soup, I forgot to measure last time, and we ate it all. Calvin and Gwen were both like, this is really good. We really like this. And I was like, great. When I made it the first time and I just made it up, y'all said you liked it. I'm glad you liked it again. And it wasn't just a fluke. But I forgot to measure the volume of it, like the final volume, so I can get like servings out of it. Like, I don't know how many it serves. I don't know how many cups I put in each bowl. I have no idea. I just have no clue. So today we're going to make the soup. We're going to pour it into a big bowl. we're going to measure it, definitively measure it. And that way I'll know how many people it serves and what the serving size is. And I'm also just going to freeze it because we're not going to eat it today because no one's eating dinner today. No one's eating soup for dinner today. So I'm just going to freeze it because it's soup and it'll reheat and that'll be great. And we'll eat it later. Lemon, welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Tuesday. The other thing that we're making today, we're gonna test the V2 of the apple oat cheddar cookies. We're also going to test the soup, and then I'm going to do a new recipe for. Am I going to do that today? Where did I put the thing? Hold on. We're going to try to work on a new recipe that is pumpkin, rigatoni, chicken, some other stuff. I forget what else is in it. I forget what else I said was in it. But that'll come later. We need to roast the chicken first. But let's do this. Let's do the cookies first, because I don't want the cookies to go in the oven after the chicken, because I don't want the cookies to have the essence of chicken. Because they're not that kind of cookie. They are savory, but they're not that kind of cookie. The other thing that I want to do, I'd like to do 2 batches of the cookies. It should be pretty easy because they're like, I'm gonna test it 2 different ways. Because last time I said that I was like, oh, maybe we can reduce the we can sub the brown sugar for honey. So I'd like to try to do that. So I'd like to make 2 batches. Now, I realized a few minutes ago that I don't know if I have enough raisins to make 2 batches worth of cookies. So before I even start, I'm gonna measure my raisins. I'm gonna measure my raisins here, and we're gonna use a bunch. I'm gonna use a bunch of these today, these plastic pint containers, because we're going to batch out some ingredients. All right. So I need, for the recipe, it says optional. And honestly, y'all, Mix, welcome in. Welcome. The recipe, I say optional with the raisins. I personally don't find them to be optional. Well, yeah, I have 1 recipe worth of raisins. So, well, shit. I bet they have raisins at our corner store. I'm going to send Calvin down to the corner store when he gets home to purchase some raisins. They're home. And if not, we'll just make one of them without the raisins and see how it goes. Actually, if not, I might just not do a second batch. I might not test them with honey. Anyway, I'm going to ask one of them to go to the corner store. Cyber, I would love to do a field trip. It would be really fun. It would be fun to do that. I bet you that if I ran an ad break, I could go to our corner store and back in 3 minutes. We'll get there if we need to. I think they probably only sell raisins in those teeny tiny little boxes too, and I'm gonna end up needing like friggin' like 5 of them. Anyway. Max used to love getting sent to the store to get candy. Yeah. Calvin's going out tonight with a friend and their parent. And I am pretty sure he's going to want to have like downtime between now and then. So he might not like the idea of going to the corner store to look for raisins, but I'm going to ask him anyway. Tiny Whatties, these are apple oat cheddar cookies. They are a breakfast cookie. There are a snack cookie. They're not really a dessert cookie. They're very savory. They're hearty too. And the reason that I'm kind of going on and on about the honey and the making a second batch is I'd love to eliminate sugars from this. Like it has sugar in the raisins, right? It has some natural sugars in the apple. It has some natural sugars in the apple sauce, but if I can use honey instead of brown sugar, I would love to do that. So we'll see. We'll see if my child is willing to go to the store for me. Here he comes. Apple oat cheddar. It is very Eastern Seaboard. This is true. It feels very Vermont to me. Like some Vermont cheddar, some Vermont apples, oats. Obviously your Vermont-based vanilla extract. And of course raisins are sort of universal. Okay. No one out here sorts apple pie without slices of cheddar cheese. Whoa. I've never had a slice of cheddar cheese on apple pie. I've had cheddar. We talked about having cheddar.
It is a UTI. I knew it.
The dog has a UTI. Perfect. What do you need help with? Yeah, I don't care.
It just says bimbo. It's just what you are. So.
It says, yeah, it's just a soccer shirt. Yes, you can. You can come on stream with a soccer shirt on. It's a jersey.
You'll know that he is on the Philadelphia Union professional soccer team.
Yeah. Joe, welcome in. Mix, I did not know that. I've never heard that before. What do you need help with?
Opening this.
Okay. You got some sun today on your face.
Yeah,
damn, bro.
Sunscreen.
He has sunscreen. It's in his bag.
He didn't wear it.
Okay.
That's God.
Okay.
It's...
What? Can they? No.
I didn't hear it.
Okay,
so
No one heard anything.
See, he used the rubber thing.
Clearly not. Calvin, can you go to the corner store for me?
only if I am allowed to get something.
Did you stop on the way home to get snacks on the way home? What else did you get at Wawa?
Mentos, which he didn't like, and now I'm eating.
Okay. Then yes.
Have you seen Ash today?
Yes, I've seen Ash many times today. I had to move all 3 cats out of the back room while I was trying to work on something like recipe stuff because they kept fucking around with the plants, and like literally Ash was trying to climb the tree in the back room and the tree's like bending over and he's falling off, and I'm just like, get off the tree, and he like keeps going and I'm just like, get off the tree. Anyway, They all were out of the room at one point, and I just closed the door. And then Elsie like meowed at the door, and I was like, "No, you may not come back in."
Aww.
She was trying to eat the snake plant. Okay, I need raisins, please.
I think the corner store has raisins.
I hope they have raisins.
Yep.
All right, off the counter. We are cooking. We got a cat here.
Like a big pack.
And ideally, Calvin, I'd like the largest pack of raisins that they have.
Okay.
Like if they have a thing that looks anything like this, that would be great. Hey, you're gonna need money. If they have a thing that looks anything like this, that'd be great.
Bad.
Smaller is fine. What I even the teeny tiny boxes,
Yeah.
if they only have single individual teeny tiny boxes,
Mm.
I don't know how many ounces those are. Get me like 10.
Okay.
Oh, you know where would have raisins?
Oh,
Mm-hmm. He doesn't want to do that.
So far.
No, it's because the corner store has the snacks he wants.
I'll be
Lemon
honest
says
with you, but-
one tiny box is 1 ounce. Okay, so if they have tiny boxes, I would love to get 6 of those.
Tell them what to do if they don't have raisins at all.
If they don't have raisins at all, just come home.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Yeah.
Better hope they have raisins. Mike, welcome in.
Does he have money?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, hold on. Let me-
Give me something good to. Give me some money.
Hold on. I can smell your feet. You've been to play soccer today. Here.
Dang, spend it all in one place. How many 20s you got there?
That's
Just one?
it's what comes out of the ATM. Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. What if they have currents? Cyborg said they will not have currents. They will absolutely not have currents. I was kidding. If they don't have raisins, you can still get yourself a snack. Okay?
Yes, Daddy.
Okay. Okay. Callie, get me one of those, one of them
The little tube.
popsicles I like. Yeah, the whatever the white one is. The one that's like not common. Yeah, the one that's white. Okay. It might be coconut. No, it's tamarind. Give me the tamarind one. I don't know. It says tamarind on it. Get me the other one. Okay. All right. We did it. Yeah, that's fine. They will not have currents, for sure. Okay. They will not have this either. What I'm guessing is they will have a 6-pack of the like lunchbox size raisins. Who knows? I have no idea what he's going to come back with. Welcome in. Well, regardless, we're gonna make these cookies first. So, anyway, as I said, when the family comes in, I get a little distracted. So, it happens. So, the snake plants are psychedelic for them. What? Is that true? Cool. Slash, should they not be out in the open and available to be chewed on? How psychedelic are they? Slash, are they dangerous? Or perhaps enjoyable? And do they need a trip minder? But I guess there's 3 of them, so if only one of them has it, I guess the other 2 can just confirm reality for them. Anyway, all 3 of them were like chewing on the snake plant. So spider plants. Okay, we don't have any of those. I get spiders and snakes confused. They are both common fears, I feel like. Snake plants equals upset tummy. Yeah, I've never eaten either one, so. A big snake plant that's 70 years old, and you have a 70-year-old snake plant? That's incredible. That's legitimately incredible. I didn't even know they got to be that old. How long do most plants live? If you like take care of them nicely and whatever in the wilds, do they like just live? I swear, I have I been eating the spider plants? Like, I know trees live for a long time, but like, if they're not annuals, I don't know. I had no idea that snake plants could live that long. All of mine just die naturally. Naturally. Through neglect. Cheers. I barely water myself. Cookies. I'm assuming that he's going to come back with some form of raisin. I need 2/3 of a cup of raisin. So it should not be that complicated. Anyway, we're going to measure out our ingredients. We're going to double up our ingredients, by the way. Not double up. We're going to measure both forms at once. Or both batches, not forms. Batches. We're going to measure both batches at once so I can just make one, put it in the oven, mix the other while that's in the oven, and then move along. That's the goal. The goal today is just do these quickly. Last time they took me like 3.5 hours. We're 45 minutes into stream. I've turned the oven on, so we're doing great so far. We're not. I've made nothing, including any progress. Okay, I did turn the oven on. That's progress. And I negotiated the raisin acquisition. Hopefully. So, yes. And I'm proud. That is incredible. And I do have a motivation to keep it alive too, which is, I'm sure, nice. They are also very easy to take care of with just a very minimal level of effort. Philly cheesesteak rigatoni master splits would be phenomenal. Yes. I did say I didn't want to start too soon. I did say that. I wanted to like start the recipe when the house is settled back in. Now, it says like prep time for this. I am just going to like measure how long it takes me to prep this and then cut that time in half because I'm making 2 batches. Mrs. Syntax, welcome in. Do you know, Mrs. Syntax says, that poppies contain opioids? They grow everywhere. Old Balkan tale is that parents would often make tea from their kids to sleep better. I did know that. It used to be a thing. I remember when I was in high school, and there were like rumors of drug testing. And people would be like, don't eat the poppy seed bagels, you'll fail the drug test. Like, what? How many poppy seed bagels you gotta eat to fail a drug test? Probably more than what's on one bagel. That's cool. That seems like an old Balkan tale based in some level of fact. Like, tea helps you sleep better because it's warm, and if it's herbal, it's just pleasant to begin with. 2 bagels, one of them says. Better keep it to 1. Mythbusters tested it and they had to eat a lot of poppy seeds. I mean, yeah, that's my assumption is like, of course, there's some like poppy seeds size grain of truth to that. But like, yeah, you got to eat like one of these full of poppy seeds, which is like, I mean, go for it. Listen, just feel free. Go for it. Give it a try. See if it works for you. Don't say that I told you to do it though. If you actually take a drug test and fail it, and there's like real life consequences, that would be bad. Joel Dusky, welcome. Happy Tuesday. They can tell it isn't recreational because of the levels. Right. You just got to keep your poppy seed bagel usage to like one. I'm down to 1 bagel a day. 1 recreational bagel a day. Please. It's mostly the flowers. Yeah, I've heard heard they're used for other things too. Isn't it I'm being facetious. They're used for actual drugs. What show was it? I think it was like Game of Thrones where they're like, give them milk of the poppy. It says I've only ever failed for pot. You know, I do hear that they test for that sometimes. I personally would not fire or care.
Hello.
Raven, welcome in.
They do not have raisins or anything in the cold section. So I got you a zebra cake either.
They did not have raisins?
Yes. No way.
Okay. In a surprise to no one, they did not have raisins. I'm not going to Instacart raisins. No. Thank you for the zebra cake, though. I appreciate it.
I was gonna get you those like cookies that you like.
Okay.
But I didn't see those.
Okay.
So I got you the zebra cake.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it regardless. What did you get for yourself?
I got
Ruffles? What else is in that bag?
Oh.
Yeah, another $5. That's right.
and
Ruffles and tasty cakes. Okay. Okay. Well, enjoy. Enjoy. Then Gwen, I will
Gwen will not want to go.
I will ask her, but I don't think that she's going to want to do that. Okay, so Matt's coming by at 6 to get you.
Yeah. Not
Okay. Why don't you get yourself changed?
I was planning on but
Why don't you get yourself changed? Because that is a white shirt, and if you're gonna eat like a hot dog and stuff with like things on it, and you need that shirt to be like clean for tomorrow, I don't want to have to like worry about stains. Okay. Bring a sweatshirt with you too. Okay.
Obi,
Raven, yes. What is your favorite food, Raven? What is my favorite food? It's probably some kind of pasta. Love you too. I muted myself for a second while we were having that conversation because he said that I was like, can you go to the other store? And he was like, yes, but he looked hesitant. And I was wondering why he was hesitant. And I thought maybe it was because it was cutting into his free time, but he's just a little nervous to go there himself. Okay, we've asked Gwen. I don't think she's going to want to do that. I'm pretty sure she's not willing to do that right now. One, doesn't really like these cookies, so there's like nothing in it for her. Two, she doesn't like raisins. So she said I can go. Hey, when you ask nicely. Sometimes. Anyway, she said she'd go. We have another store close by. So we'll see. I know they have raisins, but it's a little farther away. Yeah, well, I would love to do that. If I had a server, if I had a server that I was using for streaming, I could just switch to the IRL kit and like do that, but I'm not. If I was using the same OBS instance to stream this stream that I do with my IRL stuff, then I could do that. Okay. She said, give me a few minutes. So that's fine. We'll just prep everything else and then we'll prep everything else. We'll prep everything else. We also have an ad coming up at some point soon. Raven says, my favorite food is the double bacon wrap urban smash burger. 75-25 ratio. Mix butter, garlic, and thyme into the beef. Barbecue and fresh onion rings. I love that. I love that. And pulled pork. God damn. You take the onion ring, you put it on there, and then you fill the onion ring with pulled pork. That way the pulled pork doesn't slide out around the sides. I mean, I would eat that. That would probably be the only thing I ate that day. Depending on what time of day. Oh, damn. That's a good food. Mine is probably just some kind of pasta, if I'm being real. Okay, let's measure out our other ingredients here, and then when Gwen comes back with the raisins. We don't actually need the raisins. I don't need raisins again until the second batch. So we will have some time. We'll have some time. Okay. Let's measure. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to measure the dry ingredients. Measure the dries. Measure the... I'm looking at my timing. You know what? Let's take a quick break. Let's do that now, because I don't... Even if I pause an ad for like a couple minutes, couple times, I want to do one batch of cookies from start to finish for the timing. I don't want to stop in the middle because I want to test the recipe. So we're going to take a quick words on stream break now at the bottom of the hour. At the bottom of the hour. And then we'll just have our breaks at the bottom of the hour instead of the top of the hour, and that will be good. Ate 3 meals that day. See, now you could cut that burger into thirds and also have that be 3 meals. That's a lot, right? Damn. I'd be impressed. That burger should come with a little American flag planted on the top of it. Okay, let's play a game of words on stream. I'm actually just going to play a game of words on stream, and we're going to run a 3-minute ad. If you're on Twitch, you're going to get a 3-minute ad. It's coming up. I'm sorry. You can go follow on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. Let's do that now. Okay, here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes an ad. It's 3 minutes long. We'll be right back. Hang out.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Well, sudden. Damn. Well, I got my two in. At least one more, several more. 1, 2, 3, 3 4-letter words start with D. D. Okay, and we have at least one that one 4-letter word starts with an S. There it starts with a U. There's the S. Got one more. Could be anything. It could be that. Boom! That was good. That was good. All right. Got another one in us, I bet. Am I flirting with myself, bot? You fucking know it. Hottest. Good word. Thought. No. As much as you want thought to be a word, it's not. Why is test a word but tests is not? Why is set? Oh wait, there's only one S. All right. Oh, so good. Almost there. Almost there. S. One of those 4-letter words starts with an S or a T. So. Oh. So close on that one. Damn. Well, that was good. We got the first one down. Feel good about that. Alrighty. Let's get back to what we were doing. Which was what exactly? I say let's get back to what we were doing as if I had started doing anything yet. Okay. Well, the first hour of stream is over. Let's get to it. We're going to measure out some ingredients and get these cookies rolling. We're waiting, right? We're waiting for raisins, Mrs. Syntax. You're right. I have a little post-it note on my computer upstairs that's been there for a very, very long time. I have several. One of them says patience is also a form of action. So there's that. Okay, let's measure out. We need our dries. Combine the dries in here, and then we're going to combine the wets in a different bowl. The wets are going to go into, use Wait, no, I need like a bigger bowl for this. Need one. Let's use 2 different large bowls here. Okay, we got the dries, then the wets. They're going to get combined. And then we're going to do the apple, oats, cheddar, and raisins. I love when the speaker, the smart speaker, does stuff like that. It's always pretty funny. Who was it? I was watching someone streaming the other day, and they like talked to their Google, and mine went off. They like set a timer on stream, and I was like, I'm gonna forget that happened, and like mine's gonna go off at the same time, and it did, and it was funny. Apple cookies, indeed. Apple, oat, cheddar cookies. They also have raisins in them, as well as applesauce, brown sugar, vanilla extract, flour, baking powder, nutmeg, and kosher salt. Ah, yes. Yeah, I was not enunciating enough. You said about enunciation earlier in stream. Okay, I'm looking for 1 1/4 cups, or 3/4 of a cup of flour. Let me get out a little bowl here that I can put my like, cup measures and such in to like store them between things.
Raisins.
Yeah, raisins. Anything like this size is ideal. But really if they have boxes, that's great. I literally need 2/3 of a cup of raisins, so like that'd be ideal. Do you need money too? Do you need me to give you some cash?
No.
Okay. Liz, welcome in. Welcome. Yes, I did not. Shoot. I didn't post the schedule in Discord. I updated. You know what I did update? I only updated one thing this week. I updated the events. The events. There's a link to the Discord in chat. The events are on a calendar that's on my phone, and they like the events in Discord sync to the my physical, like not physical, my actual like digital calendar. But I actually forgot to post something. I forgot to post the like thing in Discord because I was away. I didn't get back until Sunday night at like midnight. No, not midnight. Sheesh. I got back Sunday at like 9 p.m. and I didn't actually know what I was going to do for stream this week until like Monday. So apologies. I definitely didn't post the schedule. You're not wrong. But welcome. I'm glad you're here regardless. I hope your Tuesday's going well. So we're testing some recipes today. These are finalized-ish recipes. They're finalized insofar as I want to test them and make sure they work. And if they work, I will not make any further changes to them. And if they don't work, I'm not really sure what happened because they worked before. I did need to tweak them though. So we're tweaking today. I also should time what I'm doing. Okay, so Gwen is off she's off on a raisin hunt. A half a teaspoon of baking powder. 1/2 a teaspoon of baking powder. So I'm getting my dries together. That's what we're doing right now. Flour is done. Baking powder is done. 3/4 of a teaspoon of nutmeg. Also, Liz, I don't know if you can still hear me here. I saw your cookie suggestions, and I'm going to post those tonight. I say tonight. I'm going to post those before the next stream, which is Thursday. And I will also post the schedule. And then kosher salt. Looking for kosher salt today. 1/2 a teaspoon of kosher salt. 1/2 a teaspoon. 1/2 a teaspoon. So I'm making a double batch of this so that I can test one batch with honey. I don't think I'm gonna, unless that one comes out like perfectly with all the same timing and all of that. I don't think I'm going to recommend. I don't think I'm going to go forward with the final recipe using honey. I'm going to go forward with the final recipe using brown sugar, as I have suggested to do. Okay, so all the dries are ready to go. I realized last time that I was using light brown sugar, and I would like to use dark brown sugar. I believe I have dark brown sugar in the cabinet here, and I do. So let's use that instead. There's very little difference between dark brown and light brown sugar, of course. But I prefer the dark brown. Okay, pull tab, pull to open. All right. Hey, this is one of those that like is a resealable bag. Okay, so into these bowls, these are my wet ingredients. I have my dry right here. So I've got dries, wets. 1/3 a cup of dark brown sugar. So I have a 1/3 cup measure. So I'm only going to use sugar, brown sugar, in one of these. What the hell is the sound that's happening down here? There is some crazy sound happening in this living room. What is that? Days, get out of there. God damn it, she's eating cat shit. Get out of there. Get out of the litter box. Come on, get out of the litter box. God. Oh, she's like at the fucking, get out. Thank you. It's like she's at the buffet. I looked into the living room and she's literally like in the litter box eating Tootsie Rolls. That's my disgusting animal sound. Can you tell? God. Yeah, Sita says, well, now we know why she has a UTI. Yeah, now we know. God, just so... I'm so disgusted. She does it all the time. All the time. Okay, hold on. When I look at the honey... No, stop. Sorry. I'm a little flustered because that was really gross. And she can't hear anymore. So I have to like physically go down to the living room and stop her. I can't just like yell. Hold on. I feel like she's... No, now she's on the couch. Okay. I can't just like yell her name anymore. I've got to like actually stop her from doing the thing. Welcome to pet ownership. Yeah, it's like her favorite food ever. I'm going to use the same amount of honey that I use of brown sugar. So 1/3 of a cup. Oh, hold on. Let's measure. Pause. Let's measure the weight of this. Do I want pizza? Yes. In a vacuum? Absolutely. Right now? Sure. Did we eat pizza for dinner last night? Yes, we did. Was it frozen pizza from Costco? Absolutely. Did it have pieces of chicken wing from the party that Gwen had over the weekend chopped up and put on top? Also, yes. I say party. Gwen had some friends over. And it wasn't like a party specifically. There was a playlist, so I guess it counts as a party. I wasn't there. I wasn't invited. Just kidding. I was just not home. Let's see. Honey that was 92 grams. Yay! Gwen got raisins. Thank you. Yay. It's saved. The recipe is saved. When Gwen comes back with the raisins, what I am going to do is use those raisins for both recipes instead of these raisins. Because I want them to be consistent across both recipes. Okay, so we have our honey, our brown sugar, a 1/4 cup of applesauce. Where's that applesauce? Here it is. I need to note that this is smooth applesauce. As opposed to chunky applesauce. Like normal applesauce is just smooth, right? But to me, but not to everyone. Some folks always have chunky applesauce, but we don't want that. A 1/4 cup of applesauce. You can also use vegetable oil instead of applesauce, but I like applesauce, and you know, we're working with a bunch of ingredients here anyway, so I don't think it matters too much. Usually I like to keep oil. Oil is an ingredient that, generally speaking, when you're writing a recipe, you know those recipes where it's like, you know, a 5-ingredient something or whatever, right? And then it's like 5 ingredients plus salt, pepper, and oil. Usually oil doesn't, I don't want to say it doesn't count, but it's so common to have in your house that it's like not something that people usually count as a named ingredient, or as a something that counts towards the ingredient count. Okay, who texted me? Matt, Calvin's friend, dad's friend's dad. Okay, good. Okay, so we have the applesauce, the brown sugar, 2 teaspoons of vanilla, and 1 medium egg. Again, I am not using vanilla extract specifically. I am using clear imitation vanilla because it is cheaper. Because it's cheaper. So we're measuring 2 teaspoons of that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I say 4 because I'm, again, making 2 batches. All right, so vanilla, and then 1 egg. 1 egg in each of these. 1, 2. All right. Now we want to, I want to rinse my hands because I got egg on them. And get a towel. There it is. Okay. We've measured out our dries. We've measured our wets. Let's cut up our apples and shred our cheese. Cheese is here. So I am going to move. Let's actually do it this way. Hold on. That is an eggshell. Got it. Got it. Rinse my hands again. Wipe my hands again. Okay, let's change orientation of the counter here. Okay, so I've got all my ingredients ready, and I'm gonna shred my cheese. Now, last time I just used a regular old cheese, a regular like flat grater. This time we're gonna go ahead and use the box grater because I'm grating more cheese. I'm doubling the amount of cheese from the last time, so I'm gonna do the more efficient method with the box grater. Not that it's necessarily more efficient, but it is certainly easier. Wrong side. There we go. Okay, and then I did like the last time I was kind of between. Oh, hold on. We got logistic text. Thought the ticket can get used. Appreciate it though. Okay, cool. All right, he's gonna text. Whoop, hold on. No, I don't want to send that. I don't want to send a voice memo. Stop! Don't do it. God, sometimes you fucking fat fingers. All right. Last time I was going back and forth on the amount of cheese to put in here. I did use a whole cup of shredded cheese, and was pretty pleased with the results. I thought they were good, so I am going to stick with a cup as my final measurement. I could back it off a little bit, and I'm curious to see kind of the, what the honey does, but I thought it was pretty good. I actually felt like the cheese helped hold the cookies together a little bit more than, I think it helped it hold the cookies together a little bit more. Because when it dries, it solidifies again. But also I guess you have to refrigerate them anyway. So doesn't matter all that much, but we're going with a cup of cheese, which feels like a lot, but it's not for calling them apple oat cheddar cookies. I feel like I would need to add like even more cheese than that to really, really make them like taste significantly cheesy. Fellas, I am a little discombobulated today. There's things happening. Calvin's like going somewhere this evening and I'm not going, and I was expecting to like make dinner and need to like feed him dinner, and now I don't have to do that, so like that's a little bit weird to me that I'm not doing that. But he also, now I'm trying to coordinate the evening. So I am like looking a little bit more at my phone than I generally do in stream. And also, I knew that I had enough ingredients to make at least one version of this. Thought I had enough to make two. Turns out I didn't, and that threw me off a little bit too. They actually taste like cookies. Yes. I personally eat them like cookies. I love a savory cookie. So I think they're pretty good. I call them cookies because of like the methodology that you use to make them and their physical appearance, right? But if you handed one to a child and was like, try this brand new cookie, they might not like it because it's not necessarily like super sweet or like chocolatey or, you know, crispy. Yeah, so the routine is off. I know. Not just mine, other people's. Wait, like other people in the house for whom I have some level of responsibility. Okay. Let's cut up these apples. I am going to do 2 different types of apples. Now, I'm not like testing 2 different types of apples. It just happens that I don't have I only have one Granny Smith apple, which is my preference. So I'm going to use the Granny Smith I'm making one of these recipes basically exactly like the thing says, which means dark brown sugar, Granny Smith apple, because that's what the recipe is going to call for, like the final, unless the honey turns out really well. But the other one is a Gala, which is a little sweeter. The taste of that one is also a little sweeter. Now, I'm going to use that in the recipe I'm testing the honey with. Even though the honey, I think, will be, again, slightly sweeter. But I want to make sure I have like one just consistent recipe that's exactly like it's supposed to be. So I'm changing like 2 things in the one version, but I think that'll be okay. 1 medium apple, diced small, 1.5 cups about. Okay, beautiful. Those look like perfect raisins.
Exchange for a high noon or a stateside.
Pick.
Whatever comes in your hand first.
Good trade.
Ooh, kinda.
We got raisins, y'all. We're back. For me. All right. No Instacart today, just Instagram. Okay. If you gave it to a random person, would they be able to tell that it's a cookie? Yes. Yes. Now, they might call it like a scone or a biscuit, perhaps. But I feel like most people, if you just handed it to them and said, what type of food is this, would say it's a cookie. While you were gone, Gwen, Daisy was at the litter box buffet in the living room. I heard like rustling. Yeah, I just heard like rustling down there, and I thought it was one of the cats fucking around. And then I looked. I could see all 3 of them from where I am in that moment, and I was like, that's a Daisy sound. And I went over, and she was like head down, eating as fast as she could.
Fucking gross.
It is fucking gross.
You're disgusting.
And that's why she has a UTI.
I need to eat the pill. You need to eat the cookies.
God. This elderly animal doesn't want to take her medicine. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but I'm not handling the medicine distribution.
Good girl.
All right, we're small dicing an apple. The oven is definitely preheated. It is really gross. Yes, Sofo says hide the meds in the litter box treats.
No, if I get a litter robot, she
Yeah. Yes. Another good reason to buy a litter robot. As if 3 cats wasn't enough reason. I let her out right before I streamed. So I don't think she needs to go outside, and she has not rang the bell. So. All right. 1 medium apple. Correct. I told him to get changed, and he has his he's got changed. I told him to get changed to bring a sweatshirt. Yeah, the thing's at 6:45, and he'll be back at like 9:30, 10. So, good timing. I was gonna make pasta. I'm still planning on doing that. No mushrooms. First question: will there be mushrooms in the pasta? No, there won't. Fact: orzo is pasta. It is rigatoni, however, with chicken. It's a pumpkin sauce. Yeah. Damn. Skeptical. Okay.
Yeah,
So you went from like excited, from skeptical to excited, back to skeptical, and remains skeptical. I too am skeptical. I've never made it before. Okay, enjoy. All right. Cut up our apple. We have our cheese cut up. Let's get this other apple. I want these Granny Smith apples to go with this bowl, with the far bowl, because I want the Gala apple to be made with the honey. Again, because it's just sort of an experiment, whereas the one with the Granny Smith is like the test. Okay. But we'll get there. And I'm sure I'll say all of this exactly again. But will there be bacon? There will not be bacon, Tucson. It is unfortunate. It is in an unfortunate case that there will not be bacon. However, there will be chicken, which I still have to roast. But we're going to get there. We're also testing. We're making some soup today. So I'm going to test the... not test. I'm going to roast the chicken while we're making soup. So I'm trying to keep my timing sound. I could have roasted the chicken at the beginning of the stream. It would have been done already. But I didn't want there to be like chicken smell in my oven while these cookies were in there. So I didn't. But I did get a whole chicken to roast. So we're going to spatchcock a chicken and then roast it. The place, I always love using rotisserie chicken for recipes. But when I say rotisserie chicken, I love using like a whole chicken for recipes. I think it's a good measure because you can usually get a rotisserie chicken from the store. But personally, I'm not in love with all the rotisserie chickens that are available to me. So what I usually do is just roast my own chicken and then use that. Tucson, you meant in the cookies. Understood. No, there will not be bacon. Although, what could we put in the cookies meat-wise that would still work? We could put jerky in them. Beef jerky would work. Any jerky, really. Beef comes to mind because it's like the thing when you say jerky that most people associate with that word. But there is lots of jerky. There's deer jerky. There's tear jerky, which is my favorite kind of sitcom, or movie rather. But that's a little different and not an ingredient. Best meat shop in Philly. Cannolis in the Italian market. Ostrich jerky. Hell yeah. That sounds fascinating. Is ostrich? I'm assuming ostrich is dark meat, like duck. Okay, and a cup and a half of oats. Now, let's see. Did I get my cup measure out? No, I have a half cup measure. Perfect. We'll just do that 3 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. I said 3 times. We'll do that 6 times because, again, we are doubling our recipe. 5, 6. We have our cheddar cheese already measured out. And then the last ingredient is 2/3 of a cup of raisins. Terrible idea. I don't know why I did that. 2/3 of a cup of raisins, which my 1/3 of a cup measure had honey in it, so I don't have that available anymore. But I do have this other 1/3 of a cup measure, which I will use. Which I will use now. It is dark. Okay. I figured. Most like wildfowl is dark. A cheddar and bacon bits cookie does sound good. It does. Maple glaze? Hell yeah. I would eat that. I would definitely eat that. Add maple to most things, and I'm going to give it a try. Okay, so let's do raisins. It's 1. The fun thing about raisins is they always stick together. 2/3 of a cup of raisins. And let's do that one more time, and then we're finished prepping our ingredients. And then we get to measure these out, which is also fun and not at all tedious. Raven, add maple to that burger? Why not? Just pile it on. Just pile it on. I've never had pasta with maple in it, but that would be good though. I dip my bacon in maple syrup. Yes, Sofa. That is when I get like a breakfast food. When you get breakfast foods at the out somewhere, right? That's such a classic move. The like maple, like the syrup on everything. Scrambled egg syrup with scrambled eggs. Go for it. Why not? All right, I'm gonna put some ingredients back in the cabinet here so I clear up a little bit of counter space for myself. Oats, brown sugar, and raisins can also go away. Okay, we're good. Now we have all the things. All the things are ready to go. My oven is also preheated. Knife back there. Let's get out cookie sheets. I'm going to go ahead and just use the large cookie sheets because I can make a whole batch of these on one. And my goal today is not to split the batches like I did last time. My goal today is to just make one batch, one cookie sheet, one bake. So we're going to do it that way. Now, first batch that we're going to do is the brown sugar batch. We're going to save the honey batch for later. Honey is here. That's this bowl. This is brown sugar. Okay. So, scale, gloves. Come on. There we go. And we are ready to go. All right. We're on step 2. Actually, we're on step 4. Step 1, preheat the oven to 375, line a sheet pan with silicone mat or parchment paper. Done. Step 2, combine the dry ingredients. In a small bowl, whisk together the flour, baking powder, nutmeg, and salt. Combine the wet ingredients. So we did that with the dry ingredients. Combine the wet ingredients. In a large bowl, combine the applesauce, brown sugar, vanilla, and egg. Stir until combined. Claire, welcome in. Jamie, welcome in. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you both. Happy Tuesday. What am I saying here? In a small bowl, whisk together the flour, but in a large bowl. So I want to whisk until combined. Medium apple, diced. Oats, cheddar cheese, raisins. Okay, so everything's measured. I thought that I was forgetting a step where I had to do something with the other ingredients, but like the oats, it says what to do with the apple and the cheese, which is small dice and shred, and then you only measure the raisins and you measure the oats. So you can just measure those directly into the bowl. Easy peasy. Okay, this is good. We are combined. Add the dry ingredients to the wet ingredients. Done. Doesn't say to do it slowly, it just said add. So we're just doing that. Stir until they are fully incorporated. All right, we're going to stir. And what do I want to say? Fully incorporated, yes, but how do I want to phrase that? What am I looking for here? I'm looking for no flour. That's what I'm looking for. Fully incorporated, no visible flour. Because incorporated is vague, but when you say stir until there is no visible dry spots, that's a better phrasing. That is clearer and more precise. Fold in. I don't want to fold. I want to stir because nothing about this is fragile. Stir in the apple, oats, and cheese, along with the raisins, if adding. We are. Again, they were like, can the raisins be optional? And I was like, sure. But I'll be damned if I'm making something without raisins if it's available. Okay, so I'm going to stir those in. I guess I'm just going to use the whisk. It didn't say to use a different tool. It did say stir, and I've been using the whisk for the first 2 steps, but that seems like a bad idea because this whisk is not working. So let's abandon the whisk. And then we're going to say with a spoon, stir with a spoon. We don't want to use the whisk in that step. Now we want to switch to using a spoon because the whisk didn't work. Stir in the apple, oats, and cheese along with the raisins if adding until evenly distributed throughout the batter. The mixture will be sticky. Okay, so I'm looking for a sticky mixture. And this appears to be a sticky mixture. Great. What else am I noticing about this mixture? This mixture is also a little bit loose, sticky, and a little loose. Using a quarter cup measure, separate the dough into 13 balls, 60 grams each. Evenly distribute the balls in a sheet pan. Okay, so I also may have to press together. Okay, I'm also noting that I probably have to press these together. Like forming them into balls is they're not going to stick together completely. Let me wash my hands real quick. Mrs. Syntax asks, wouldn't a spatula be a more logical appliance in baking? It could be. I guess I could say spoon or spatula. The real net of what I want to say is don't use the whisk. But I guess you could say either one. Spatula would work too. I mean, spatula would work well. Since I'm not saying to fold this stuff in, I'm just saying to stir it in. I guess I don't really care if you use a spoon or not, is where my head was at. But you're correct. We are baking, so someone might be more familiar with a spatula. Or more, it might be, a spatula might be expected, whereas a spoon is like specific and potentially surprising. Okay, let's, for the sake of clarity, we're going to measure out a quarter cup. I want to make sure that a quarter cup of this is still about 60 grams, because I'm saying in the recipe 60 gram balls. So without really looking, let's see. All right, a packed quarter cup, 55. Okay, so pretty close. For the sake of this recipe though, I'm going to use the quarter cup measure to do this. I think spoon covers considering the stir, while fold you expect a spatula. True. I would say that I do expect sort of, when I'm using a spatula, it's a different motion. Okay. Baker, welcome. Hope everyone's having a good one. I hope you are too. I'm doing all right. We're having ourselves a nice little recipe test today. Instead of rolling these into balls, what I want to say is using a quarter cup measure. Measure the cookies using a quarter cup measure and form them into patties about 3/4 of an inch thick. Because what I had said was to form them into balls, put them on the tray, and then press them down, which is sort of like an extra step, right? What I really just want to do is scoop out quarter cups of these and then form them into patties, because that also takes away a step of pressing them down. And I'm trying to consolidate actions here. So instead of saying, and I do later, I say, here's the specific direction, right? Here's the specific direction that I wrote down. And as I'm doing this, I'm trying to do this as someone reading a recipe would, not someone who's like as sort of finicky about the whole process as I am. Like, I always want weights, right? I want weights, but you'll notice that as I was doing this, I was just using cup measures, right? I'm making sure that someone who's cooking this at home, who's not specifically using weights, is going to be able to do this and follow along. And what I realize exactly like Mrs. Syntax says, is that what I really want is the final product is a patty, essentially. So what I'm going to say is scoop out quarter cups of dough and form them into patties. on the sheet. Right? That's it. That's all I want you to do. Here's the direction that I actually wrote from my like more precise brain. Using a quarter cup measure, separate the dough into 13 balls, 60 grams each. Evenly distribute the balls on the sheet pan, and using your hand, flatten each to about 3/4 inches high. Push any loose ingredients that fall out back into the batter. That's what I said. Now, what I want is achievable in what I'm doing now, which is scooping out 1/4 cups and forming them into patties or rounds. Yeah, rounds would be reasonable, I think. But this also takes out the step. This removes one of my original thoughts. And it's more important that they are about 3/4 inches high than the width, than how wide they are, because the height, because if they're too thin, they're going to cook slower. Or if they're too thin, they're going to cook quicker, faster. Okay. So I've got 3, 6, 9. I should have about 4 more cookies worth of dough in here. If I don't have exactly 4 more in here, it probably means that I should have kept track of the weight at the same time. I didn't, and that's okay. Yeah, patty isn't internationally known. Yeah, I mean, cookie rounds, and I think if we're talking about cookies, rounds is a more familiar terminology. Yeah, and it is definitely the height that I'm looking for. I'm not measuring these exactly while I'm making them because I know what I'm looking for, but before I finish and pop these in the oven, I am going to measure several of them. I also like the idea of just like using the cup measure here and being able to like use the cup, because if you like use the cup measure and your hands, you can just dump it into your hand and that makes it easier. Yeah, Mrs. Syntax, no, that's helpful. This is the type of, that's not, to me, let me be super clear. That's not backseating to me. It's not a correction. I am working on a recipe. Words matter. Words are really important. And the understandability of something across various types of background is pretty important. You know, if you have to like break out a dictionary or go to Google to look up a word, right? It is while you're reading a recipe. Cool, that means maybe you're making something that's very unfamiliar to you, and that means you're like challenging yourself a little bit, or it means the person like could have chosen a better word for the thing. And functionally, what I just did is way quicker than way quicker. The way that I just did that is a lot quicker than rolling them into balls first and then flattening them and then shaping them. Because this is sort of this is very similar to making like a burger as opposed to making a cookie. Okay, we are flat I have 13 cookies exactly here, measured out by the quarter cup, which is fantastic. That's quite literally what I said I should. That is how many cookies I thought I would have. So that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. Let's get these in the oven. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get these in the oven. I'm going to write down the things that I just said because I didn't write any of that down. And then we're going to take a quick break while these cook. Let me just wash off my quarter cup measure here real quick while I'm at the sink. I'm not going to wash this completely. I'm just rinsing it and cleaning it, or rinsing all the gunk off of it, because I'm going to use it again momentarily for the exact same thing. So I don't really need to like clean it. More like making like them a burger. More like making. Oh, we're going to try that one more time. You know how sometimes you're like, God damn, autocorrect. Bleh, my brain. It might be wise to say something like, more like making them like a burger. Fourth time's a charm. Say make them like a burger instead of like a cookie. Got it. I can say things out loud. Okay. Bake for 16 to 18 minutes. Pause. I also want to let's like measure these. We got our kitchen ruler out. Yeah, about 3/4 inch there. About half. These are about half an inch actually. I might just change it to say half an inch. Let's measure how round these are too, just for the sake of having them. About 3 inches. About 3 inches round. Okay. So, we're going to pop these in the oven. We're going to put 16 minutes on the clock. 16 to 18 minutes is what I said. So I'm also going to put an 18-minute timer. Okay. Into the oven they go. Start. That took me 30 minutes from prep to getting them into the oven, which means about 15 minutes. No. Which means, how long do they take to prep? Probably about 10 to 12 minutes. Just to prep. Okay. So what I really want to say for this step is using 1/4 cup measure. Scoop batter and form into rounds approximately 1/2 to 3/4 inch thick and 3 inches around. Dough will be sticky and a little loose. And scoop batter and comma using your hands, form into rounds. Because what I don't want is I don't want people to use a cookie scoop out a 1/4 cup and put it on the tray. That's not going to work. Not only do these cookies not rise, they don't spread. What they look like in the oven when you put them in is what they look like when they come out, just a little bit browner. They look a little bit browner when they come out, not when they go in. As long as they're not making cookies into smash burgers. True. Like forming a burger. Exclamation point. The other thing that you could do is put, if you want these cookies, here's what I would also say. If you want them to be perfectly round, use a 3-inch biscuit cutter and scoop If you want the cookies to be perfectly round, use a 3-inch scoop, 1/4 cup portions into a biscuit mold / cutter and press down. And Cyber, I say cookies can be baked in close proximity. They will not spread or rise. I should probably say that earlier in the thing. Okay, cookies can be baked in close proximity. They will not spread or rise. Blah, blah, blah. Great. Bake for 16 to 18 minutes or until the visible oats, I don't need to say visible, until the invisible oats. What I mean to say is the oats on the top. Until the oats begin to brown on the edges. Check the bottom of a cookie. It should also have visible browning. Cookies will be relatively soft when they come out. Move them to a wire rack. Transfer, not move. Because I don't want you to put the tray on a wire rack. I want you to move the cookies to a wire rack. Transfer them to a wire rack. They will firm up after cooling. Period. I said to room temperature, but they'll firm up after cooling. Room temperature implied. Great. Let's see how they turn out. So here's our wait, no, wrong recipe. So here's what we started with. Here's notes from version 1. No. Here's notes from version 2. So less notes on this sheet. More text, less notes. This sheet, the directions just say dries, whisk together flour, nutmeg, and salt. Wets, whisk together applesauce, brown sugar, vanilla, and egg. Combine the dries and wets. Mix in apple, oats, cheese, along with raisins. Shape and bake. Like, that's what I started with. Shape and bake, right? So in working on the recipe, I just am developing the language, the specific language, and do I want someone to use a cookie scoop, or do I want them to use a spoon? Do I want them to use it by hand? Do I want them to use weight? Is volume okay? Whatever. So we're figuring all that out. Able to touch is cold. Basically, yeah, I mean, what I would say, and what I probably will say, and this I'll probably say in the head notes, is that you don't want to eat these cookies hot. They'll fall apart if they're hot. Yeah, they will, when they are hot, they literally will fall apart if you eat them right away. So you need to wait until they're cool. Most cookies say cool, let cool for X number of minutes. But I will definitely be noting that as well. Let's turn the light on in the oven. And cool. All right. It wouldn't be problematic if they ate them hot. No. It's just, it would be difficult.
You
probably.
might not like something I just agreed to. It's just for tonight. The CCT called me because they're desperate. They would otherwise be put to sleep. It's just for tonight.
Tell me about the foster cats that are coming into our house in the next hour.
Yeah, they're bottle babies.
Bottle feeding kittens again tonight? I'm not, to be super clear, I'm not upset, and I don't care if you foster kittens. Do what you need to do.
I can't take them long term because I'm seeing the basket boys, but there's
Holy shit, we have 6 bottle feeding kittens coming into this house tonight?
Yeah. So I'm gonna put them down. Can you put this in the fridge? Can you put this in the fridge? I have to go get them. They're gonna be put to sleep. I'm over here saving lives. Put that in the fridge. Take a drink if you want. You don't have to do anything.
I know I don't have to do anything. Okay, great. Holy shit. Well, We got kittens incoming. Six bottle feeding kittens. Michaud, welcome. We're still doing cookies, yes. Yes, we are in fact still doing cookies. This is fine. All of this is fine.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
We're gonna play words on stream. Sorry. Oh my god. Okay, well, this is fine. I made my notes. That's what I said I wanted to do before we took an ad break. So that's good. Hold on. Let me check my situation with Calvin's friends here. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh. 2 more 4-letter words. One more 4-letter word. Nude was in the last puzzle we did. Lend, lube, ne, no. Nude. What's that word? There you go. We did it. We did it. Did I contribute to that one? I did. Okay, good. God damn. Okay. I don't know why that was all in caps, but it was. Hey y'all, if you're on Twitch, you just got an ad break. Thank you for your patience. I got caught up in kitten talk, and I missed that was even going to start. So sorry. I usually announce them and I didn't, and that's okay. And that's okay. We are what we are. Why is Lima not a word? It should be a word. It's a type of bean. It's also the capital city of Peru. I feel like there's one that starts with an A, but I can't think of what it could be. Ooh. Avo, welcome in. A words. Maybe it doesn't start with an A. I can't. No! Fuck. Really wanted that one too. It's fine. It's fine. We'll get there. We'll get them next time. Okay, cookies are in the oven. Cookies are in the oven and looking good. We got some time left on the clock. We got 3 minutes left on my low end clock, which means that we have up to 5 minutes left. All right, let's get the second round of batter ready to go, though, because that we will have enough time to do that before getting these out of the oven. This is the batch with the honey, so I'm trying something a little different with this one. We're mixing together the sugar. Not sugar. We don't have sugar in this one. We have honey in this one. We're mixing together the honey, the egg, Daisy, and then now Daisy needs to go out. Okay. Broccoli, welcome in. All right, let's let Daisy out real quick, because otherwise she's going to pee in the floor. And I just can't. Like, we can't have that. Okay, go ahead. Out the door with you. Go pee. Fun fact about having dogs having a urinary tract infection, they need to go pee like once an hour, forever. And they drink like a gallon of water a day. There she goes. Good girl. You can't hear me. You're deaf. Great.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking
Who
idea
did that?
what I'm doing.
I do not know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I'm letting the dog out so that she doesn't pee on the basement floor. That way Gwen doesn't yell at me for not letting Daisy out. Okay. Come on. Come on. You literally cannot hear me. In. I'm here. No. She doesn't want to come in. But you've got to come in. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Do we have more happening? Sorry. Words on stream. Staring at me. Okay. But what happens is if you don't go inside, in about 45 seconds, you're going to start barking outside to come in. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Oh my God. She can't hear me. She can hear me when I'm like, come in, come on in. And she has her back turned. She's like not looking at me. I gotta wash my hands. She's like not looking. Sometimes she just, I don't know, just doesn't want to come in. And that's fine. Except she doesn't actually want to stay out. She just like, okay, timer's going off. What timer was that? How many minutes was that for? I don't even remember. 16. Let's check these. I'm gonna give those 1 more minute. I'm gonna give those to the max time. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds left, which is like just enough time to finish what I'm doing here. Okay, we've added the wets, we've mixed the wets. I'm gonna add the dries. I'm gonna mix the dries. Mix the dries until there is no visible flour remaining. Daisy girl, hello. She's in the kitchen now. Makawaka, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I do. I genuinely do. Daddy moments. Oh my God. See, what would happen is if we had... Oh, Dad Lee moments. Sorry, I misread that. Maybe I wanted to misread it. I was gonna say, if we had like daddy moments on stream, that would just get abused, and like basically anytime I did anything that was like lewd or even like remotely whatever, remotely anything, someone would be like, oh, that's a daddy moment, and I would have to respond to it. And I don't know, fellas, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. I love a Prime sub. I love a Prime sub because it doesn't cost you anything except for the subscription to Amazon Prime that you already have. And it costs someone else just a little bit. Just a little bit. And we love that. If you have Amazon Prime and you're not subscribed to the channel, you should probably be able to hover over the screen and click the little star right here somewhere if you're on desktop. You could also click the little subscribe button underneath of the video you're watching, and hit subscribe with Prime. Okay, oats are a little bit browned. Fact. It says to check the bottom and see if it's a little bit browned, and they are. Here's a little better visual for you. The one that's flipped over is right there on the what am I looking at? The right hand side of your screen. That one's upside down. You missed out. I love that story is just like, I missed out on the breakfast sausage from having a contact lens attack. That's kind of funny. God, I do not miss wearing contact lenses. I used to wear contact lenses. I don't now. I do not wear glasses anymore. In fact, I got that sweet LASIK like 10 years ago. And it was both terrifying and, I think, personally worth it. Okay. Because these came out of the oven before I was able to get the other ones shaped, I am going to go ahead and just use the same tray so that I don't have to dirty another tray. Isn't that great? We love a reused tray. I love a reused sheet pan. Just kind of the best. I can't believe that Gwen is coming back into this house with 6 bottle feeding kittens. I love how she came downstairs and said, I just agreed to something and I don't know if you're going to like it. I thought that she was going to go, that she had talked to Calvin and had agreed to like let him do something or eat something or whatever. I have told her all along, I don't really care how many cats you foster and what happens with them, as long as I'm not expected to have a like specific obligation towards them. Not that I won't help, but I don't want to be expected to help before you agree. I don't want her to agree to 6 bottle feeding kittens and expect me to help before talking to me about it. If she thought she was going to need help with something and wanted it and asked me and I agreed to it, then I'd be like in it. Does that make sense? Okay, so we have our batter. To our batter, stir in the apple, oats, and cheese. Wait, we didn't get all the apple. Let's get all the apple. What if she wants to keep 6 new kittens? That would be a conversation. She said she agreed to it. I don't know if y'all caught the parameters of the conversation, the very brief, quick conversation. And she has to get there before 6 p.m. They close at 6 p.m. And if nobody takes them by 6 p.m., bad news for them. So she's like raced. That's why she like raced out the door, because they literally will close the door and just like, you know, it's how it goes. Bella says, what if she wants to keep them though? That would definitely be a conversation. I don't think that's a good idea because for a lot of reasons, but yeah. If you wanted to keep 6 more cats, that would be 6 plus 3 is 9. Sounds like too many to me. Again, I just like, yeah, that's a lot of cats. Our whole house would smell. I don't think I could live with that many cats. Baker, it did need to happen right now. But Jamie, this is animal care and control, so ACCT. Basically, it's like, you know, people will just bring them animals, and you know, if they have a page and she's clearly in touch, you know, they basically like they send out the alert. It's like we got a box of kittens. Is anyone available for like an emergency overnight foster? And so they have lots of people who, like Gwen, are interested and willing to do things like that. And so, you know, every once in a while, we'll be out somewhere and she'll be like, oh, look at this cat. It's like an emergency foster. You know, and we're like, she can't do it. But today, I guess things lined up. And what happens is they will, like, basically, like, they don't have the space for them right now. But, like, tomorrow, they'll be able to, like, you know, they'll be able to make changes and like accommodate the cats. So the foster is basically like, we need someone to do this right now and for tonight, and then tomorrow like we'll take them back. So yeah, Jamie, 9 cats is too many. I'll be honest with you, 3 is a lot. Mrs. Syntax says the babies deserve a chance. Yeah, and there's lots of people in Philly and, you know, around that feel that way. So they have like an emergency response team of people who are willing to take fosters on an immediate emergency basis, and Gwen is very willing to do that. You know, and that's part of like what I said to her is like, you know, I'm not going to be a reliable co-conspirator for this endeavor of yours. So like anytime you want to do that and foster cats, like you want an emergency foster for a night, 2 nights, whatever, like go ahead, please do. I just, you know, I don't need to, don't rely on me in that situation, right? Michelle, are we doing the 3-piece soup? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And I've simplified that recipe a lot from what I wrote. My original is the one I have now is a little different. It's quite different actually than the original. It's just a different version. Baker, I'm sorry to hear that. And there's like the cat distribution system comes for us all. That's how it works. Yeah, Mrs. Syntax, exactly. It's like these are bottle feeding cats, meaning they you can't leave them overnight, you know. And will we potentially end up fostering them for like a month or 2 months? Honestly, maybe. Is that a good idea? No, it is not. Is Gwen going away? You know, or do we have some like travel lined up? Does she have some travel lined up? Yes, she does. So, you know, basically she was like, I can do this just for tonight. It's totally fine. So that's what's happening. And I'm assuming that we'll get to see them on stream. But she will definitely be back before stream ends. Not I assume. I know that we will get to see them on stream. There will be bottle feeding kittens available to be viewed on stream. probably by 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. When they get home. Although I don't know, she might want to like, they might need to be like cleaned up or something. I don't know. I know nothing. She ran out of the house with very altruistic speed. Just Mickey, welcome in. Am I saying your name correctly, or is that Mikey? I apologize if it is indeed Mikey and I said Mickey. I also apologize if it's Mikey and Mickey and I second guessed. I just apologize in general. I'm so sorry. Anyway, welcome in. Hello. Howdy. Mikey. Good. Well, I was wrong twice. Welcome regardless. Welcome despite my error. All right, these feel pretty good actually. I like the consistency of these a little better than the brown sugar ones. Probably not surprising. They feel stickier and they're holding together better. If these turn out well, and all the other things are the same. I mean, the only thing I changed between this one, other than the using honey instead of brown sugar, I have a different type of apple in here, but like that is not gonna make, that's not a differentiator. Like it just isn't. Not in the context, not in like this application of an apple. If these turn out and taste really well, like pretty good, I might be more inclined to use honey just in general because I like it better as an ingredient. Because it's just, you know, because it's honey and not just sugar. It is just sugar, but I like substituting honey for sugar where possible. Much the same as I've substituted, not substituted, much the same as I'm using applesauce in these cookies as opposed to like a vegetable or, you know, an oil of some kind. I'll also note that I think this made a more dough or more batter. The volume is slightly higher, or maybe I just didn't pile a few of these quarter cups as high, but I have a lot less than a cookie left of dough in my bowl here, but it's not an insignificant amount. So let's pick a small one. Let's pick a small one or two, and we're just going to add a little pinch and press to the top. Okay, perfect. Good one, good two. Here's batch number 2. Here's what they look like before cooking.
Ice cream! Ice cream! The ice cream man is coming! The ice cream man is coming!
Fathers, welcome in. Broccoli, 35 pounds of pears. That's fun. What are you doing? What do you do with the pears? What's your like? I'm gonna take a picture of these on the tray. I'm gonna go over to the window here where my light is ideal, and pop these in the oven. I want to note that in like 4 to 5 minutes, I'm gonna be interrupted. Pause. I'm gonna interrupt myself right here by starting my timers. Okay, I'm gonna be interrupted. Calvin's gonna get out of here with a friend to go out for the evening. So when that happens, it's gonna pop off stream for like probably less than a minute, and make sure that he gets out the door. Okay, so just like heads up, that's coming up. Let me give him a heads up. Callie! They're going to be here in a few minutes, just like 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, why don't you wrap up, get your shoes on, and get yourself ready, like completely ready to walk out the door, because they're on the move and are going to be expecting you to just come out and go. Okay? So like shoes, all the things, okay? Like you bring your okay, if you're on your iPad, just bring it downstairs. You can sit on it by the door. Just get ready to walk out the door, please. Rocky, so you make cobbler pie and you can them. I love canned pears. Make sure you harvest them in pairs. There you go.
Like I'm already good.
A little bit on your face. Yeah, you're quite red. Okay.
And I'm gonna take my left off.
Yes, please. I remember I used to love canned pears, like canned pear halves. Vaga says Dad's actual voice is much different than my stream dad voice. I like when I'm yelling upstairs and I want to be heard. Yes, I do increase the volume and change the tone. I don't know where you're sitting, so you might not even need that, but it is.
Would I be able to bring? Do you think I would be able to bring one of these bags in?
No.
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 Like even if there's nothing, like they can just look and just see sunscreen in there.
Do you think that you can bring one of those bags in? No.
Like even if I opened it and showed them that there was just sunscreen.
No. Why?
Why do bags have to be so thick?
Why are you asking about that?
I don't know, just so I could have a bag.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't. If you're gonna put sunscreen on, I would just put it on at home, because by the time it wears off, it's not. There's not gonna be any sun. By the time it wears off, there's not gonna be sun to need sunscreen for. What do you sound like when you yell and do not wish to be heard?
You said they're doing subway, not driving.
I believe you're taking the subway. Yeah.
Like I'm taking the thing for me.
Yeah. Yeah, and you just get on the subway for free anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It-
I'm free. I'm priceless.
Sofa said they're better when you can them yourself. I believe that. They're not completely processed. When you can pears yourself, do you take the skin off? I remember canned pears when my memory of canned pears, and I haven't had canned pears in a long time. But my memory of them is they're completely peeled, which is not what I would want to do. I like keeping the peel on, but maybe there's a reason not to. Pear halves with honey and chopped walnuts and blue cheese. Hell yeah, broccoli. That is a delicious salad. Candied pears, poached pears, grilled pears. Pretend I stubbed my toe and it's 3 a.m. If I stub my toe and it's 3 a.m., I'm not yelling at all. I'm just doing one of those sounds.
Up there.
Nope. Your sneakers are in the hallway. What you said smells good are those cookies that are on the counter if you'd like to try one. Broccoli, you skin them before canning them. Yuki Okami, welcome in. Hello. Welcome. Once you take them out of the can, do they become canned pears? But also amazing. Should you take your keys? Yes, you should take your keys. Yes, you should take your keys. Do you have a pocket to put them in? Okay. Come here. Come here. I'm just helping. I'm rubbing some in and spreading.
Yeah, I know. It just hurts because of
I know. I'm sorry. I should have put more sunscreen on you today. You definitely got a lot of red on your face. When we get home, we'll wipe with a cool cloth and some lotion. Okay. There you go. Little tomato. Your keys, tie them under your shorts. If you don't want to take the keys, just take the tag and leave the keys at home.
I meant because the door might be locked.
The door might be locked, but Matt's going to text me, and we're both going to be home and awake when you get home, so you don't need to. Excuse me. You don't need to worry about locking or unlocking. Okay? Lick your thumb and fix his hair. Yeah, he doesn't like when I do that. I definitely do that occasionally. I said, you don't need to worry about locking or unlocking the door. Yeah, she's totally fine with that. Do you want sunglasses? I guess if you want sunglasses, you can just get them. They're down there too.
Yeah.
If you require a bag, there is a clear plastic bag in the back room. You could grab that if you really wanted to.
Yeah,
Okay. I would recommend not wearing sunglasses if you don't want to carry them. You can always just give them to Matt. Falcons. Yeah, we're gonna be home. I'm not worried about him getting home and us not being there and responsible. Mrs. Syntax, I'm sorry to hear about your foot. That's awful. Didn't even yell. Yeah, I don't usually yell when I hurt myself. Yes, please use the bathroom before they get here. That would be great. Let me make sure they haven't actually texted me. Oh, did he text me? No. Okay. No, he did not. But maybe he will. All right. Next thing I want to do today. You're gonna be in the hallway. Okay, sounds good. Next thing I want to do, I want to get. This is a little weird. We're gonna hard shift here away from cookies, even though there's still time on the clock. But we're gonna hard shift away from the cookies to roasting a whole chicken because I want to use it for a recipe a little bit later, and I want to be able to like pop that in the oven and just get that started basically right away. So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do that now. This is an easy situation. Basically, we're going to spatchcock a chicken. We're going to salt it. We're going to pepper it before we do the... Hold on. Got a text. Coming at you. Be there in a minute. Okay. He's come... He's completely ready to go. Period. Okay. Good. I'm not going to start the spatchcocking of the chicken before that happens because I don't want to be wrist deep in a raw chicken when like his friend rolls up to the door. It's not just a friend. It's like another family was generously offered to take Calvin this evening. So I really bet having checking in and not checking in until I see someone else do it. This is true. Checking in is optional as always. You just an oof. Man, that sucks. Calling my dad for a heads up to drive me to the emergency in a bit. How are you feeling now? Are you better? Or not better? Obviously not better, but like you're on the mend. Yikes! Waist deep in raw chicken and needed dad's documentary. Yeah, it's a bad habit. I'm trying to get out of it. Fudge darling, welcome. Welcome. All right, 4 minutes. Actually, got about 6 minutes, a little more than 6 minutes left on the clock because I'm going with the higher timer today. The greater timer, better verbiage there. Going with the greater timer today. Let's get my pepper ready here. I want to get my pepper and my salt together. That way I can just do the spatchcocking of the chicken. And I don't need to dip my like raw chicken hand. Yo. Yep. Yep. Sounds good. Worse is under control with painkillers. Damaged nerves and all in my foot. And Doc asked me if I genuinely expected to just walk through my stove. And you're just like, yeah, obviously. Like, I have the power. They're here? Okay. Okay. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna make sure he gets out the door. Hold on. Let me. All right. Okay. Okay, we're back. He's off. We're good. I literally put my phone down in the hallway. Pause. We're not back. Make sure I put my phone down next to the front door. There it is. Okay. Fellas, what was that word you used earlier? Discombobulated? That's the one. We're coming into clarity. So things are getting easier. Things are getting clearer. I just remember that Gwen's coming back with 6 bottle feeding kittens. Can I take that statement back? Mrs. Syntax, I hope that things work out well. I hope you have some good support, both physically and mentally, and that you have an easy recovery. Easy and full recovery. Object permanence. Sometimes you're just moving around the house and things just happen like that. I get it. I definitely get it. That's not unheard of at all. Even the thing that's just been in the same spot forever. Velos, this is now a deadly weapon. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. More sandwich throwing. That's what we need in this world. Okay. Let's spatchcock this John. There's a for the uninitiated. Oh, also sorry, I'm like cutting apart a chicken on stream. I hope some folks get bothered by that. So it is happening though, and it'll be pretty quick. Okay, timer is up for the first round. Not the first round, but for the first tranche of time. Let me check these real quick. Looking good. Looking good. Not quite done. Gonna leave them for the full two. The full 2 additional. Clubbed sandwich, not in Getty says amazing. I like that phrasing. Yeah, the grocery delivery is great. Grocery delivery is definitely where it's at. 2 years. Yeah, and foot stuff is tough. Foot stuff is tough. There's so many like little bones. I don't want to I don't want to harp on it for you. I don't want to harp on it. I know you're going through it and kind of right at the beginning, but it is difficult to healing feet and hands. There's so many tiny little bones that there's a lot of room for things to not quite ever sit the same way. All right, so we have the chicken. It is spatchcocked. I'm just trimming off a little bit of this excess skin here. And then we're going to take the scissors and I'm going to cut this little piece, this little tendon that sits right at the top of the breastbone. I'm going to flip it, press it, and we're ready to season. Now, this is why I said I wanted to combine all of my salt and pepper at the same time. Oh, hold on. Second timer's going off. I have a clean hand, and I will need it. Let's get this out. Not that I'm touching food with this hand, but all right, that's out. Let's pull these cookies out of the oven. Where's that towel? There's the towel. These are 18 minutes done and done. They look good. They sound good. There is a slight bit of sound to those that I don't think I'd noted before. So we'll note that down. It sounds... There's no... That sounds, speaking of sounds, that specific sound sounded like a country song that I've heard before. I can't place it. It's called Lighting something about the world on fire. Anyway. Good Lord. What exactly? What the hell sound is this? Oh, it's started from Shrek. You know, I saw Shrek. I saw the original Shrek. I saw the original Shrek movie. I haven't seen any of the sequels. Maybe that makes me bad. Smash Mouth is the band. Yes, there we go. I didn't... But it sounded like something else to me. It really did. It sounded like something completely different to me. I don't know why. I don't know why. This is syntax. It doesn't sound like the shoes would have made too much of a difference with that kind of force. Although, I wear shoes in the house all the time. But that's just because I don't like dust and stuff on my feet. It has nothing to do... It has nothing to do with hitting furniture. It has everything to do with my own sense of just not liking house dust on my feet. Okay. Chicken is good. I'm going to tuck the wingtips in underneath of the breast there. And if I was roasting this to eat like as a piece of roasted chicken, I would put some onions on the tray. I'd probably put some garlic on the tray. I would do things a little differently, but I am not. I'm just cooking it to have cooked chicken that I can use for a different recipe. The recipe is going to call for a rotisserie chicken, so I just want to have a whole roasted chicken available. Carla says, whereas if I'm home, I'm running around half naked all the time. Well, I mean, like, same / fully, but I still wear shoes. Yeah, when no one else is in my house, we do what we want. I am occasionally the naked neighbor. Mr. Sneaking says, I also severely damaged the nerve in my elbow by bumping into a windowsill. God damn! You need those, like, safety foam things. Like the corners that they put on the things for children.
When he breaks into a house. Right.
Naked grandma!
Naked, huh?
Yes, Fallgeist, except slightly younger and potentially less wrinkles. Okay, chicken is going in the oven. We're just keeping the oven going today. We're trying to keep things in the oven while it's on, you know. How long do I want to keep the chicken in the oven for? Let's go with, I bumped the oven to 400 and let's check it at 30 minutes. No. Let's check it at 40 minutes. That's 40 seconds. That's 4 minutes. 40 minutes. And go. Okay. Let's check these cookies. That 30 minutes should give me enough time to do that soup. Almost. Here's what we're going to do for the soup. We're going to, well, here's what's next. Put it that way. We're going to try these cookies. We're going to get out the ingredients for the soup. We're going to take a quick break to play Words on Stream. During that break, I'm going to process some stuff in the sink. I will not be as participatory in that Words on Stream. I'm sorry. When we come back from the break, we're going to make the soup. We're going to prep the onion, prep the garlic, prep the carrots, and then get that started on the stove. While that is cooking, I should be able to pull the chicken out of the oven. And then that'll probably take us to like another hour past that. So, just a little run of show for what to expect next. Okay, let's take these cookies off of this tray, though, and get them ready to go. Bottom looks great on these. Yes. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. The bottom has browned. These are, I'm noting that they browned a little bit more on the bottom, and they feel a little softer than the other ones. Even softer than the other ones. Again, these are the honey cookies. So if these turn out and they dry, cool down to a good consistency, I might be inclined to just do honey as the final recipe, or for the final recipe. All right, I do not need this. I do not need that. Woo! My sink is getting full. Sink is getting full. Darlene on YouTube, welcome. Gwen says the kittens are so cute. Gwen, we are waiting for the kittens. There has been kitten discussion. Folks want to see the kittens. Did you tell Daisy? Because she's been acting weird. I let Daisy out, by the way. She went outside and peed. If you're still streaming in half an hour, I will 100%, unless some shit happens with the technology, I will 100% still be streaming in an hour. Half an hour. Also an hour. Probably 2 hours. Now that Calvin's going out this evening, I don't have any need to stop by a specific time. I mean, I probably need to be finished by 10 p.m. So, all right, let's try one of these cookies. These are the apple oat cheddar cookies. These are the ones that have brown sugar in them. So we have, hold on. The full cookie looks like this: top, bottom, inside. So looking pretty good. Can we even get closer to that? Yes, we can. That's the inside. Very dense cookies. Gwen, we were waiting for the cats. Those are really good. These are as good as expected. Yeah, these are ready. Ready to go. Raisins too. Right, raisins. I always forget about the raisins because the raisins are optional. No, cute ass names. I cannot wait. I can wait. It's all I can do. Drive safe. Okay. I'm not going to try one of the honey ones yet, because as I said, they come straight out of the oven and they're soft. They're not great straight out of the oven. So going to wait. As much as I don't want to wait, and I don't love waiting, we're going to. What we're also going to do is take a break in a minute. Let me get my ingredients out for my soup. Broccoli, thank you for the bits. Appreciate you. Oh my God. Requesting a bike ride, so enjoy. I hope you all have a good time. It's nice that we're in the season of the year for you where the bike rides are still an option. I know it's a short one. Okay. 2 medium carrots. Now, immediately this recipe is going off the rails because I only have small carrots. These are like from fucking Mr. McGregor's garden over here. They only had small carrots at the farmer's market today, so that's all we got. So we're gonna cut these up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's cut up 6, maybe 7 of these and see how it is. See how they are. +1 for Daisy. Okay, so we got carrots, medium onion. I have that on the counter already. Garlic is also out on the counter, but I need 5 cloves of it, so let's get that out. I'll try it hot out there. Well, you will have earned the reward of getting to come back inside. 2, 3, 4, 5 cloves of garlic, 1 onion, 1 15.5-ounce can of chickpeas, 1 15.5-ounce can of black-eyed peas, 1 32-ounce box of vegetable broth, not stock, broth, very specifically broth, and 3/4 cups of dry split peas. I have a half cup measure here. We'll just use that. Let's do half of a half cup. A little bit imprecise, but I only buy beans dried. Broccoli, yeah, usually I do. And my preference is to have dry beans. Because this is a recipe, the goal, because this is supposed to be a relatively easy, like weeknight type recipe, I opted for canned beans as opposed to dried. Now, I actually don't know if canned split peas are an option. I looked for them, admittedly not very hard, in the store, and I did not see them. I didn't try a second store. I didn't look on Instacart. I didn't look online to see if they were. My thought was, I went to a very common major chain grocery store, which is where I do pretty much all of my shopping for recipe development, with the exception of produce, because I just do that at the farmer's market, kind of no matter what. So usually if I can't find it at like a major chain grocery store, I won't use it. I tend not to use things like specific cheeses that are hard to find. I tend to kind of stay as close to the most available thing I can find and the easiest. So for a weeknight dinner, dry beans require planning ahead. Canned beans don't even require cooking because they're already cooked. So we went with the canned beans. Split peas take 25 minutes to cook, so I think that's an acceptable amount of time. Now, you could use dry beans in a recipe if you were using the Instant Pot, but I'm not. Okay, that's good. That's good. We're gonna take a quick break. So, I have it ahead of time. We're gonna take a quick break. Excuse me. Why am I so gassy? Don't answer that. During the break, we're going to play a game of words on stream, possibly two. I'm going to take a picture of these. I'm going to file as many of the dishes in the sink as I can into the dishwasher, into the dish pan. I'm not going to do any dishes. Very important. When we come back, we're going to prep our ingredients and make the soup. When we come back from a break, we will also, before the next one, in the next hour, we're going to pull this chicken out of the oven, get that cooling. And then after we're finished the soup, we have another recipe that we're going to work on. We're going to work on a recipe. We're going to do the raw notes for the recipe. So stay tuned. All right. Let's get these. All right. I need one broken open and I need one where you can see the bottom. They like a reference photo for all the different aspects of the thing. So there we go. Here's a reference. Okay, here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. Here comes a game of Words on Stream. If you want to hear me ramble and just like kind of talk and narrate what I'm doing during that time, you should go follow on YouTube. Hey, listen, you should go subscribe on YouTube anyway. Just click the link. It's in chat because it helps me, and that would be nice. All right, here comes some Words on Stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
And a photo. All right, take a quick photo. I'm glad I took a photo of the soup last time I made it because now I'm losing the light. Okay, reference photo created. Cookies are good. And now, bonus, I have cookies in the house. Love it. Okay. Let's file some dishes here. We got all those plastic containers that I used earlier. Go directly into the dishwasher. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Just get in the dishwasher. There's so many quart containers in this house. I use them all the time for like everything. Okay, some things in here probably going to want to use, I'm going to want to use my 2-cup measure, so we'll keep that out. Other things I do not want to use. Do I have cup measures in this recipe? No. Okay, good. So those can all just go in to be washed. I don't need to wash those now. Okay. So close on y'all got real close on that one. Like really close. That was impressively close, I will say. Okay, teaspoon measure I do need because I need that for salt and pepper. Other measurements I do not. Cup measure I should probably use because I'm going to use that for my other recipe, and the other ones do not. Okay, almost there. Whoa. Fucking knives flying around over here. All right, hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Ads are terrible. No one likes them. Except for Twitch, who gets paid money to have them. I also get paid a little bit of money for their existence. Not much, but we run them because we have to, not because we want to. Anyway, Words on Stream is going. Have a couple. We're almost there, y'all. We got one big word. What is that big word? What is that big word? Man, I don't see it. I don't see it. And Cyber, you're just going at it, but I can't. Whew. Oh, so close. So close. What is that word? Now, this is one of those times where I'm like, this? Oh, ferret? Hell yeah. Okay, at least you got the big word. I like that the big word came through. Nice to get the big one, if not all of them. Okay. Let's start on this. Let's start on this soup. Directions for this soup: 2 medium carrots, small diced. Okay. Pause. Let's start a timer. Just how long does this take me to make? How long does this take me to prep? There's a difference between prep time and cook time. So we're starting our prep time. 2 medium carrots, small diced, about 2 cups. Just gonna get my cup measure here and start. Also, this is gonna be some good like scraps. So let's get a little like scrap bowl situation here. Daisy is also present. I did get out an extra carrot for Daisy. So when she smells what's going on up here and comes around, I do have a carrot for her. So that was 1, 2. This is my 3rd small carrot. Uncommon, welcome. Can't believe that worked. I mean, sometimes you just throw stuff against the wall. But I mean, ferret is a real word. Ferret is definitely a real word. Okay, so 2 medium carrots. I'm up to 4 small carrots here. Let's see how many. See how many cups that makes before I go in and start cutting up more. Yeah, now prep time for this, last time I made this took forever because I was like measuring stuff and weighing things and like all of that. The actual prep time for this is really not all that much. It's three things to cut up: onion, garlic, and carrots, plus measuring out the split peas. That's it. And really, you don't have to measure out all that stuff right away. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be 6 small carrots. We're up to a cup, a little more than a cup. Uncommon. Good. I was gonna say good luck at karaoke, but when you said karaoke, I thought of like pub quiz or like bar trivia or whatever it's called. Good luck at karaoke anyway, I guess. What's your karaoke song? Give me like a couple karaoke songs. Does anyone else do karaoke? I don't. I've done karaoke I've sang probably 3 times in my whole life at a karaoke event and set up. And 2 of those times were one of those mandatory fun work events that I felt like a dickhead not singing. Although in retrospect, in my advanced awareness of myself, now I would just not sing. And if people were like, "Whoa, why can't you be a team player?" I would just be like, "'Cause I'm not." Fuck off. Idol contest, super. I don't have a song. I like to do something different. But I do like to sing a lot of oldies. That's cool. That's nice to have a little like versatility and be comfortable doing that. Good luck in the contest too. If I don't see you before then, that sounds fun. Is that? But forgive my like complete unawareness. But is that like on Twitch? Is that a thing that someone could watch on the internet? And if you don't want to share that, that's also okay. That's also okay. Okay. Broccoli says I can't sing on key to save my life, but I might be able to howl along with some wolves. There's a song for that. There's artists for that too. Okay. That's gonna be enough carrots. I don't know how many exactly that is, but we're gonna count. We're gonna count when I finish cutting these up. I do not have a great singing voice. I also just don't. Maybe this is like whatever. I just don't like singing in front of people. I don't know. I appreciate those who do though. Oh, King of Karaoke on Twitch. That's excellent. Well, good luck. That sounds fun. That sounds really fun. You learn you find something new and interesting on Twitch every single time you log on. If you know where to look or who to ask, that's super cool. Again, good luck. Lissy, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Good to see you. All right, we are finished prepping our carrots. How many carrots, small carrots, was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those 11 small carrots. That leads me to believe that the carrots I had before were large carrots. I didn't have any other context, but like, if it was 11 small ones, I think 2 medium is probably not accurate. So let's say 2 large. Let's say 2 large carrots. Okay. Let's do the garlic next, because that's pretty straightforward and easy. And also, I'm going to subtract just like a little touch of time from how long it takes me to prep all of this, because I'm calling for 2 large carrots, which is a lot quicker to dice than 11 small ones. Even though they have roughly the same volume, the mechanics of it are different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cloves of garlic. That was a piece of garlic. And we're gonna chop these. What's the word for what I actually want to do with these? Not shred them. Mince. Minced. Uh-huh. We got it. We're mincing garlic. And I could not come up with that word earlier. So I wrote chopped on my directions, but minced is actually what I want to do. It's just a specific word. It's a specific descriptor for the type of chop. And this mostly cooks down anyway. Okay, garlic, 5 cloves of garlic, minced. I heard there was some kid when I was dropping Calvin off at camp this morning, said something funny. And in my brain, I reacted to it. Not out loud, because I would never like say things to a child. So someone was like, his friends were like leaving him behind or whatever. He was like, whatever, being left behind. And he was like, guys, wait up. What am I, mincemeat? Or no, what are these? Not mincemeat. Sorry, chopped liver. He's like, what am I, chopped liver? And I was like, when was the last time I heard that? And 2, how do you know you don't like chopped liver? Because I bet your folks have never served it to you. Mine certainly didn't. And why do we got to shame chopped liver? It was just a weird, like, I hadn't heard someone say that in a while. And it was like, oh, interesting. Broccoli, Broccoli says, for this, I'd use a garlic press to save time. I would too if I owned one. I do not. I've had a garlic press several times, and every time I've had one, I've broken it. And now I just don't have one. But I do agree. I wonder, certainly all the ones I've had have been like, I would probably love, not probably, I'd love to have like an industrial kitchen style garlic press that's like, you know, meant for like production food processing. Because I think all the ones I've had have been like cheap ones from like a grocery store, right? Like, just forget about it. If they're plastic, like, just no. It was definitely, let's see, it was definitely wholesome. Weirdly wholesome. Yeah, I mean, they weren't like, it was funny. It caught me by surprise because I haven't heard that in a long time. And it wasn't something I was expecting someone, you know, a preteen. The kid was, I don't know how old the kid was. He was a little older than Calvin. But not that much. And it was unexpected, which was kind of fun. Seems to make it spicier. It breaks it up farther, so I'm assuming that it probably brings out more of the like juice or oil or whatever it is that the garlic liquid. We use the chopped liver line frequently. Yes, I feel like it may be regional, or not regional, but it's just like, I haven't heard it in a long time. I don't think anyone in my family ever said it. To me, it is a phrase that is like from pop culture, right? It's like one of those things that you hear that sort of, you know, is like on a sitcom every once in a while, that type of thing. I always says, usually I just slice or chop to save dishes. I would use, if I had a garlic press, I would use it. And then this recipe would have 10 cloves of garlic in it instead of 5. That's exactly what would happen. If I used more, if I had something that did it faster, I would use more garlic. That's all. Okay, so about 2 cups of chopped onion. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, all ingredients have been prepped. We're prepped and ready to go. I know I said I was gonna like shave some time off for having to do 11 carats instead of 2, but I think I probably won't because I also got a few things out before I started the timer. So that was 12 minutes. 12 minutes worth of prep or so. Seems about right. A garlic twister instead of a press. Use it for things like small portions of herbs, garlic, etc. It's much easier. What is a twister? Oh, the rolling peeler I've seen before. Those are interesting. Is the garlic twister like the things that you see? I see these all the time in like kitchen stores where you basically like rub the garlic over it and it sort of like shreds it. A spicy herb grinder. Yeah, okay. I don't think I'm thinking of exactly what you have, but I know what you're talking about. Or I know it's like, it's a tool that just sort of shreds the thing. Bubbly number 2 in the books. I'm in my hydration era. Okay. We're using Drew's Dutch oven. Oh, how many tablespoons of oil did I put in here? 2 last time. I forgot to note that down. Okay. Everything's prepped. Yes. Confirm prepped. Great. Everything's prepped. These are good to go. Let's get these things in the order that they're going in. All right. Onions and carrots are going in first. then the garlic, then the peas and the broth, then salt and black pepper. Let me get some black pepper and grind that up because I want to measure it again. Yeah, it sounds great. I mean, honestly, it just sounds like a weed grinder. I bet you could use one of those too. Although the plastic probably makes it easier to come out. Just saying is all. But I do want to measure the pepper. It looks like it. It says, okay. Yeah. Yep. Listen, it's one of those things where they advertise it on their TV and they're like, into this space age grinder, you can put your garlic. And it's like, you know, obviously a commercial for marijuana, which is a drug. Same grinding motion, hell yeah. They probably sell it next to the garlic and garlic smoking accessories in your local. All right, I feel like this is enough. That's a teaspoon of pepper right there. All right, pepper's good. Salt is good. We're gonna smoke it. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're going to measure this when the time comes. Smoking garlic sounds terrible. True. And Cyborg, I would say that smoked garlic is delicious. Have used it on stream. Can confirm. Mrs. Syntax says, I bought it at a food fair and I was skeptical until I saw the guy use it. Been hooked ever since. That's the type of thing that you just like, that's a one-use tool that I feel like I can get behind. Because garlic is annoying and delicious. It's one of those things where it's like, I'd really rather not, but I can't not. You know what I mean? McScuttlebutt. Look at the mise en place. Nice. How about from this angle? Ta-da! Let's make it even nicer. And it's not only mise en place, it's mise in the order that it's going. There we go. Ta-da! Okay, let's come over to the stove. We're gonna get this started here. Gwen's gonna be home relatively soon, so we're gonna be possibly interrupted by cats, and if that's the case, then that is the case. Okay, hold on. Let me turn this on. What do the directions say? Medium, high. 2 tablespoons. 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Bring this up just a little bit. And in a Dutch oven set to medium-high heat, add the carrots, onions, and 1 teaspoon of salt, and cook for 5 minutes. Okay, so we're going to start a timer when I put these in. And the timer has started. Carrots, onions. Now this is different. The last time I realized this took like over an hour to cook, and it needn't take over an hour to cook. It shouldn't take over an hour to cook. It can't take over an hour to cook. It needs to be easier than that. So I did combine a few things. This is different. The original recipe called for adding the carrots, 5 minutes, then the onions, then the garlic. We're just consolidating some steps here. And also, I recognized that the carrots were soft. Like they were, you know, in the final product, they were pretty soft. And so they didn't need to cook for any for, you know, they didn't need to cook for the amount of time that I had them cooking for. Indigo Continuum, welcome in. Needn't, shan't, exactly. Yes, it needn't be that complicated. And a teaspoon of salt. So remember, if you were here with us last time when we were working on this recipe and kind of building it, I was measuring all of the salt that I put in, right? Just like the total amount of salt that I added to this. Today, when I wrote the recipe out, I just split that into 2. So I'm using 2 total teaspoons of salt in this dish, but I'm adding them at 2 different times. Hell yeah, so flip. Not yet, we're almost there. 27 degrees out, sheesh. That is 80 degrees Fahrenheit for those of you who are in the US. Okay, so we're cooking these for about 5 minutes. Put the mirepoix in at the same time. Yeah, I do generally like that. What I was going for the first time, I don't really know. I was just like, oh, I really want the carrots to be soft. And basically what happened is I thought it was going to take less time to cook the peas than it did. And so I was worried about the carrots not cooking completely. They were fine. They were fine. So we're doing the carrots and onions at the same time. I'm going to put the garlic in at a separately, but I'm cooking this. I'm going to cook this for about 5 minutes, not too long. Hey, thanks for the shout out, Lissy Bits and Bites, fellow food and drink streamer, friend of the stream. Good place to hang out on the internet. Here's let's change the white balance on this just a touch so that it's more reflective of the actual color. There we go. There we go. I thought the mirepoix had diced celery. It did not. It does not. No celery in this one. I was thinking, wait, my timer just went off. What was that timer for? What was the timer for? The chicken. The timer was for the chicken. Okay. I'd love to live somewhere where the 80s is hot. Would you like, Indigo, would you like to live somewhere where it snows 10 months out of the year? Because that's the trade-off. That's the trade-off you'd be making in this conversation. No, this is not, in fact, a mirepoix. This is just carrots and onions. I did not call it a mirepoix. Let's check the chicken. Chicken was in there for 40 minutes. I'm looking for the chicken to be 160 degrees. Chicken is, ta-da, 165. In the middle of the chicken breasts. We got 162. We got 170, 80 in the thighs. Great. Hot thighs. All right, chicken's finished. I'm going to pull that out of the oven. I have just a few minutes or a few seconds in between here before we get to adding the next thing. Okay, so about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Recipe says, what does the recipe say? Stirring occasionally, the onion should be soft and starting to turn translucent. It is. Add the garlic and cook for 2 minutes until fragrant. Garlic has been added. We're going to wait till the timer hits 7 minutes. Then we're going to move to the next thing. We can turn the oven off now, just for the time being. I called it a mirepoix. Correct. That is correct. Yes, and generally celery is included, but there's a lot of other ingredients in this, and celery wasn't really necessary. I didn't include the celery because I wanted to keep the ingredient list down in terms of just the overall number of things. And I made this for the first time without celery, and it turned out great.
I know what I'm doing.
And my family liked it, so I am making it basically the same. This is the third time I've made this. The first time I'm making it from like a formal recipe, and I did not have celery the first time, and I will not have celery in it the next time. I won't. This is not going in. Again, if I wasn't doing this for a recipe, I would probably have about 10 to 15 more ingredients in here than I do. All right, we are at just about 7 minutes. Next, the recipe says turn the heat to high and add the split peas. 1 teaspoon of salt, 1 teaspoon of black pepper, and the broth. Okay, so we have split peas, black pepper, and salt on deck, ready to go. I'm at 6 minutes and 57, 58, 59. I'm at 7 minutes. Adding the split peas. Turning the heat to high. I'm adding a teaspoon of salt, a teaspoon of black pepper. Just a moment. And the broth. I'm going to incorporate the salt and the black pepper. And we're going to bring this to a boil. It's on high. Oh, that didn't break all the way through. Annoying. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we're using broth and not stock because broth is richer in flavor. Okay, so this is on high. It says 1 teaspoon of salt, 1 teaspoon of black pepper, and the broth along with the split peas. Cover and bring to a boil. We're going to cover this and bring it to a boil. That should take just a few minutes here. So we're going to come back over here for just a moment while that comes to a boil. Now, what we did last time with this was I left it uncovered and I left it on a lower heat for just a little bit. So what we're trying to do with the boiling here is cover it so it retains more heat and comes to a boil quicker. And then basically I'm trying to get it to come up to a boil a lot quicker than I had the last time, or than I did the last time, because again, the last time it took like 20 plus minutes to get to a boil. One, it's on a small burner on the stove. It's not on the boil. It's not on the quick boil burner. Two, it is, I left it uncovered for like a couple minutes beforehand. Jamie, heard. Thank you. Do your friends like kittens? Falgus, is a formal recipe come with a collar? Yes, it does. Casual recipe, t-shirt vibe. T-shirt and flip-flops, very American style. I do have a different green thing, Indigo. That is accurate. In terms of spilled peas, this is true. I'm sure some like it. And Zach, welcome in. Zach, hello. It's good to see you. You've arrived at literally an immaculately perfect time to arrive. Becca, welcome in. Venomous Calshart, welcome in. Subconscious Waddling. I really love your username, and I don't know why. So just the word waddling sounds funny to me, and it's funny to come out. Roxanne, hello. Birdie FM, welcome. My favorite radio station. Soflip, thank you for the shout out to Zach. We appreciate it. Zach is a good friend of the stream, multi-time Cookie Club winner, as well as a hilarious human being. If you're hanging out here, you should definitely go check out Zach on all their social channels. Here is a link in chat to all the things. I hope that link still works. Can someone check that? Megan, welcome in. Beth, hello. Aphrodisiac, you have an amazing name as well. Zach's community always has really just top tier usernames. Rim Jobs, hello, welcome in. As stated. Oh my god. Discord is popping. That's everyone joining Discord. Hey, you want to follow some social media channels for me? They're in chat. Immaculately perfect. This is true. This is true. Zach is my favorite diva on Twitch. I do like it subconsciously and audibly. Sofa also typed Command ZM in the chat, as did I. Great place to start. Doesn't work. Oh no, it says URL blocked. It should be the link tree. Okay, well, shit. Go back to Zach's profile and click on their link tree and go follow on all the different places. I will fix that. I'll fix that. This URL has been blocked by Bitly as potentially harmful. If you believe this has been blocked in error, please contact Bitly via this form. Appeal a decision. Oh my god. Okay, that seems Byzantine. Anyway, put it in streamed up. So thank you. Let's check and see if this is boiling yet. Nope, it's not. We have soup on the stove. We're working on a recipe. Welcome in, friends. It's nice to have you. You've come at the right time. Let me introduce myself. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to introduce myself and tell you who I am. I'm going to tell you what we're working on today. Then we're going to see a bunch of bottle feeding kittens that literally just arrived in the house to be fostered. Holy shit. Well, they sound active. Friends, it's nice to meet you. Welcome in. My name's Lou. This is a food stream, almost always cooking here. Recently, I've been doing a lot of recipe development. We do a lot of that. I also make dinner for myself. Weeknight meals for myself, my partner, and our son. It's a lot of cooking. We do recipe development. We do some baking here. We do cookies. Lots of kind of different kitchen and kitchen adjacent things. We also do IRL streams out in the world. I live in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. We go out in the city. We find food stuff out in the city. We take long walks, fast walks. We've done some things, scheduled interesting things. We visited recently compost producer, compost processing site. I said doo-doo. I did say doo-doo. So we do some IRL streams as well. What we're doing today. Today we have been working on testing two different recipes. One is these apple oat cheddar raisin cookies. They're ready to go. They came out well. We're also working on a 3-pea soup, a perfect pantry powerhouse of split peas, chickpeas, and black-eyed peas. Let's check on that. It's over on the stove. Here it is. It's boiling. Yay. We're going to turn this down to a medium low. That was at, where did we hit here? We hit, that was 15 minutes. 15 minutes total. Last time we were at the 20+ minute mark. Okay, so I need to set a timer for 20 minutes. That's going to be for the split peas that are in there to cook. Pause. Check the recipe. Turn to high heat and add the split peas. 1 teaspoon of salt, 1 teaspoon of black pepper, and broth. Cover and bring to a boil. Done. Once boiling, get out of there. Elsie, god damn. One of the existing cats is on the counter. She literally had a cookie in her mouth, pulling it off the counter. Once boiling, reduce the heat to medium-low and cook covered until the split peas have softened 20 to 25 minutes. So that's what we're doing now. We're waiting for that to cook. We have about 20 minutes or so. Jamie, thank you for the gift sub to Megan. I hope they appreciate it. Elsie is one of 3 current kittens that live in our house. She has her eyes on the cookies. This is Elsie. She craves mayhem. She does. She does not crave cuddles. At least not in this moment. Not while cookies are available. She is getting big. This is her size currently. Here we go. This is a cat. Elsie, her 2 brothers, Ash and Obi, were former kitten fosters who are now our full-time cats. That one is... holy shit. So Gwen, our partner over here, who you can't see is off screen, just got the call from Animal Care and Control that there are 6 bottle feeding kittens that are, there's like emergency need, like have to get fostered for like a night, possibly 2. So they literally just arrived in the house. The kittens and your raid arrived at the same time. Last housekeeping note before we like move along to showing the box of kittens. It's literally a box of kittens. Last housekeeping note is follows are silent here. Elsie wants to get down. Follows are silent. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, and I will not say hi to you unless you have already been in chat, or unless you like enter chat and communicate in that way. So if you're the type of person like me who likes lurking, please feel free to hit the follow button, knowing that nothing will happen except Elsie, get off the goddamn counter. She literally made a break for it. She made a break for it. She like, no. It's been slightly chaotic today. Just a little bit. Pandy drinks orange tea. She is an angel baby, though. We can't be mad. We can't be mad. We can't be mad, but we can be frustrated. And I don't like the cats being on the counter while I'm cooking. That's like the rule. We're not, it's like we're trying to make it a rule. I'm really trying to make it a rule. Show us the kittens. You know what? We should show the kittens. Why don't we do this? Gwen's like taking care of the kittens. So she's like actively sort of managing, doing cat management. Sofa, thank you. Y'all who were hanging out, who came from the raid or were already here, there's a link in chat. It goes to Zach's link tree. Please go follow elsewhere, YouTube specifically. Let's see if we can get those cats on the camera. Can we... How about over here? I'm gonna move this, and maybe we can just sit the box here, and I can... Like Gwen says, I don't know who's who. Yeah, 6 cats in a box. Yeah, Ash, I don't mind that they're on... I don't mind that they're on the counter, generally speaking, the cats, our cats, the 3 that live here. I don't mind that they're on the counter most of the time. Like when there's food here or I'm cooking, like I have a cooked chicken on the counter, I don't want a cat up here. Megan says, this makes me both want a cat and glad I don't have one at the same time. We have 6. Would you like one? Yeah, Ash, I don't want her running and being on the counter, but while there's food in process. What do you need?
Do you want to show them?
Yeah. I was thinking of just putting the box over there and then just putting the camera over it.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Because then they can see all of them at once. When I say a box of kittens, I mean it. I mean literally a box of kittens. Hold on. We're gonna They can't get out of here either. Jesus Christ, they're so new. These things are like embryonic cats. Their eyes are open. Yeah, that's true. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Are you ready for cats? Hold on. Wait. I'm missing one. Yes.
Daisy, get the fuck out of here.
Ah, he's climbing out.
Oh my god.
Whoa, bud. Hold on. Holy
Maybe
shit.
put them on the ground.
On the ground so that Daisy can stick her whole head in there? Is that better?
I don't know.
They are way past embryonic. This is true. This is very true. Suddenly I need 6 kittens. Is this the type of content you've come for?
What a big belly. Full weak breath.
Okay. Let's
Can you put the box on the ground?
I can put
them up there.
yeah, I just didn't want to put it on the ground because the dog. But the dog doesn't care.
I don't think she
The
took
dog's just very curious. Okay, hold on.
Oh no!
I got it. See. Yeah. Jesus indeed.
He says.
We have derailed. This is no longer a cooking stream. This is an animal husbandry stream. I hope you enjoy the new content variety. Nope. Oh my fucking god. This, but for the next 24 hours. Oh my god, seriously. I can't. Lizzie says, I support the new direction of this channel. I only count 5. Yes, well, Gwen is currently
I'm holding this.
actively like managing one of them at a time. Yes. Yes.
This is like corn puff or something.
Yes. They all have names. What are their names?
It's on the table.
Oh, okay. What do we have? We have Honey Nut Cheerio, Corn Puff, Cocoa Pebbles, Chocolate Chip Pancake, Rice Krispie, and Frosty Flakes. Now, all of the pictures for the cats from the shelter are in black and white.
This little boy.
They're in black and white, so it's really difficult to tell which ones are which.
There's only 2 orange.
Right. Well, there's like you said, there's 2 orange ones.
So, but one has a big belly and one doesn't.
Okay. Does it say one has a big belly?
No.
Is that like a thing? Okay. Are they Foster's fathers? Yes, they're definitely Foster's.
Oh, cute. Okay, these are 2 boys.
Okay. I'm stirring this.
Get out of here, baby.
I'm stirring this thing on the stove here because obviously that's what needs to happen. Has tried not to let one of them pee on you, Gwen. Broccoli, I'm sorry. I regret to inform you that has already happened.
Can you give me that toilet paper?
The toilet paper? Yeah. There you go. It is good luck. Yeah, it's fantastic luck when a baby kitten pees on you. That's what they say at the shelter anyway. Good lord. Well, here we are again.
Oh my god, you're bad.
Sofa, if you have not missed it, we're in it.
What's this? Frosty Flakes.
We're in it now.
I pee on me.
Yes, you do. We got one. Yeah, that one's peeing. Oh my god. Oh, you missed the baby box. Oh, you mean sorry. We used to have the 3 cats that we have now were in a little baby box. I assume that's what you meant when you say I missed it, as in like it's back. Okay. Let's see what this timer says. Okay, the timer says we're about halfway through cooking these split peas. So, just for full context, Gwen is here doing like cat things. That one's getting taken care of.
We have giant bladders. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yes, it is in fact kitten potty time. That's what's happening. They're all just getting expressed. And this is why we don't have cats on the counter. Well, among other reasons.
For the feeds.
What is happening? Oh my God! Gwen has the Big Brother live feeds on in her pocket.
Playing.
Yeah, you have to squeeze them gently to empty to make sure they're empty. Daisy can no longer hear, but she can sure smell, and she's very curious about what's going on. Our dog is for the new folks. Our dog is about to be 13 years old. She's about to be 13. She's old. She's deaf. She is sick of all this shit. Frankly. Oh my God, they're making such noise. Yeah, Jamie, at least she can't hear anymore. That's the nice part. The nice part is she definitely can't hear all the yelling, but she knows that there's a box of cats in the house again, and is definitely curious, if not happy. All right, we're gonna check these peas. I'm gonna check these and just see where we are. Where we are. Okay, good. We got another 10 minutes or so on those. I changed the way I was doing this recipe, and it's now
Boy.
I basically like took some time off of the amount of time that it takes to actually cook these. So Sofa says I'll take the gray ones. What do the original kittens think? I don't think that they're not around.
I just locked them in the basement.
Oh, Gwen locked them in the basement.
They were eating anyway.
Yeah, it was time for them to eat, and you know, I think nine cats is probably too much to manage at once. Plus a dog. So there's that. Yeah, the dark ones look cool. 2 of each. Yeah, it's like 2 darks.
Yeah.
2 darks, 2 orange,
gray.
2 grays. Yeah, that's true. Oh my God. They are quite... Yeah, Daisy's very much outnumbered, and I think she knows it. I think she's feeling outnumbered. I do believe that she is feeling outnumbered. Once boiling, reduce the heat to medium low. Okay.
Shaker's gone.
My shaker?
Yeah.
What shaker?
That I was using for the formula.
What happened to it?
Well, it had formula in it forever.
Oh.
And then so I put it.
Oh. Okay. Well, I bet CVS sells them.
Oh, god damn.
Sharp Claws.
I didn't even know that was
Oh. Yeah, I bet CVS sells them. Those are like for protein stuff. Like, yeah.
wow. All boys.
They're all boys. Okay. Asher Dog Gretzky is 3. Aw, 3 is like prime. That's like a full-grown dog, but also like still really young and a lot of energy. That's like prime dog years. Broccoli says our black lab and Shar-Pei mix made it to 16. Your new old gal is 12. Claims she was 9 in a black lab mix. Yeah, Daisy's an old dog in terms of her breed. She's a pit bull, so she's like, you know, they're like somewhere between 12 to 15. So she's in her dog twilight. Jamie, enjoy your dog or your dad. Oh God, so many animals. Enjoy your call with your dad.
Oh, boy.
I also love, Jamie, that you like speak with your dad regularly. You've said this before on stream, and I always appreciate hearing it. He's a menace, yes, as 3-year-old dogs tend to be. August, that's cute. Yeah, I'm thinking about like years in the future and like the Daisy emote. Aw, or dotage, Broccoli. Yes, exactly. Exactly. How much time do we have left on this stuff on the stove? 4 minutes on the stuff on the stove. Okay, we're gonna take for the new to stream folks. We do an ad break every hour. We're gonna take a quick ad break right now. It's 3 minutes long. We're gonna put up a game of words on stream. No, we're not. I'm just gonna put the cat box up, and unless y'all want to play words on stream, I'm just gonna put the cat box up, and we'll look at the cats for the next 3 minutes. Sound good? I hope that's okay. It seems to be the thing. Tatsu, welcome. Okay. Oh wait, I don't actually want to play a game of words on stream. All right, we're just gonna leave the cat box up for a few moments here. If you want to hear the sounds of the cats, you can go follow on YouTube or subscribe. But here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and we'll be back in just a moment. Tatsu, cat cookies. No, we're just doing a recipe test with the cookies. Can you look in here?
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Do you need something to shake formula in?
I mean, I can also use this.
No, I need that for a thing. Here, you want to shake formula? That?
Awaken the beasts.
Plus a lid. There you go. Yeah, don't use the measuring cup because I'm going to use that in just a moment. Yeah, we have. It is turned into noisy cat central around here. For sure. All right, let me check these peas again. I got 2 minutes left on the clock, so they should be relatively finished. Tatsu, how old are these cats? Like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Gwen says they're 2 weeks old.
their eyes.
Yeah, their eyes are open, and they're definitely more active and more mobile than newborns. That camera is zoomed in pretty far too, so it's like a bit pixelated. Let's see if we can get this. There we go. Now we can zoom out just a little bit and the image will get sharper.
They're sucking each other's butts.
Ew! / cool.
Good.
Not that much longer for our ads here.
Daisy, get out of here.
Daisy's just up on Gwen's. She's just like as close to Gwen as she can possibly get. Tatsu, a kitten feeding stream. That would be a Gwen's channel thing. Although I'm sure we could do a kit. I'm sure we could feed cats on this stream and y'all would still enjoy. Clearly. Hey, welcome back on Twitch. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. We are back from our ad break, which means I'm going to turn that camera back on again. I have my timer going off for my soup. I'm going to check that. The peas were pretty good when I checked it a moment ago. Yeah, those are finished. Okay, so we're going to take the next step. We're going to take the next step in this recipe. We're going to increase the heat to medium-high. Add the canned chickpeas and black-eyed peas along with their liquid. Okay. Yeah, they're like they got cleaned up. Now they are gonna get fed. Gwen, do you have bottles and stuff for them still?
Gave me syringes.
Oh, syringes. Great. Okay. So we're gonna add the split peas. Or the, not the split peas. We're gonna add the black-eyed peas and their liquid. I'm gonna add the chickpeas and their liquid. We're gonna increase the heat to medium-high. If the soup looks too thick, add up to 2 cups of additional water. Excuse me. To thin it to your liking. Cook until canned ingredients are warmed through. Season with salt and pepper to taste. Okay, so this is now just heating up again. How long? Let's see. We're at 37 total minutes. I'm going to add just a splash of water to this. Basically, I'm going to put some water in the bottom of the can. Swish it around to get the rest of the stuff out of there. I'm going to add that. Luke, welcome in. We have cats. These are not permanent resident cats. These are emergency fosters for the evening. They will be hanging out for a little while here. Maybe a day, maybe 2. I don't know how long they're needing to be fostered for. They are very cute. There are 6 of them. They're like 2 weeks old, and they are all boys. Gwen says. Yeah, temporary protected status cats. Exactly. They're apparently all male, and they're very cute. Oh no, there was a 7.
Yeah.
That one went to the farm first, huh? That's sad.
It was.
Cyrus is not permanent yet, just like the last 3. Yeah, no, 9 cats in the house would be too many cats.
I would long-term foster them.
Gwen says I would long-term foster them. You have short-term lost your sanity. We still have other cats. Marianne, there are 9 total cats in our house at this moment. Yeah, 9 total cats. 3 live here full-time, were fosters, but we adopted. And now these have just come into the house, like, you know,
Do you have
within the past
that
hour.
heater thing?
The heater thing? The heating pad?
No, the temperature thermometer thing.
The thermometer? Yeah, the food thermometer? Yeah, I do. Here it is. Hold on, let me rinse it off because I was using it for the chicken. Which I no longer need. So yes, you can use that for your formula usage. I am positive that these will not become extended stay kittens, Luke, because Gwen has places to be this weekend, and she knows that I am not up to the task of bottle feeding 6 cats.
If you want to do it.
I don't.
Well, shit.
Full stop. A 3-to-1 ratio of cats to humans. Mm-hmm. Correct. And 1 dog. Are we cooking up cats, Juma? No.
I don't know how to do this.
How to do what?
How do I get it in this bottle now? Oh.
A funnel? Do you need a funnel?
No.
What do you mean, what's a funnel? Are you serious? You're not serious. Here.
No, I have 6 new children. I don't know what I'm.
Gwen's got brain fog immediately. Get the kids help, Tatsu. Nah. He's helpful, but I don't think that would be an overwhelming amount of work for him. He would not be up for that. Yeah, broccoli. They're cleaning each other everywhere. That is true. It's kind of cute. Lemon says I'm becoming a math problem. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Exactly. All right. The soup looks pretty well cooked. So
Who's hungry?
our goal here is to heat the chickpeas through. So let's check. Oh my God. They are heated through. Okay. Let's I'm gonna taste the broth here.
Oh, sucking it right down. I don't need to.
That's what she said.
This is the brown one.
Can we just like
Is this Frosted Flakes or something?
this is I know that the
Jeez, would you back up? God damn.
Daisy's like very
I
much
need more. Just drank that all super fast.
Daisy's very interested in what was happening over here. We're gonna change the the view here for just a moment. There we go. Okay, that's as broad as that camera can get. Yeah, they can see you and the kitten.
Can you see what the brown ones' names are?
Okay, that's actually the right angle, and the camera's not flipped anymore. There we go. What the brown one's name is? How do I know which one's? Where does it say? Let's see. Wait, adoption fees, animal ID, sex, spayed or neutered? No. What does it say? The color.
I don't think it does. Just look at the page. They'll be the darkest ones.
There's either chocolate chip pancake or cocoa pebbles.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's.
Yes.
Damn, they eat way better than our babies did.
Good lord.
This one.
They may also just be like hungry and experiencing some level of
Just had 10 cc's.
some level of trauma.
Their mother rejected them.
Your mother rejected them. Oh God, that's all you need to hear.
They took in the mother with the kitten and the mother.
That's not great.
Are you full Cocoa Pebbles?
Oh, I forgot I need to burp them.
Yeah,
Oh my god, I don't remember how to do anything.
they do have to get burped. Do y'all prefer the view with this view? Because I'm just like testing and measuring soup here, and I feel like the cat situation might be more interesting. I just want to be on it. I just want to like be self-aware. All right, we're testing for seasoning. What time is it? 7:40 p.m. All right, that tastes great. It did get quieter. There we go.
Yeah, these dark ones are like marbled on the side. They're gonna be really cool.
We can't have both me and the cat cam full screen, unfortunately. Oh, about to be a TOS on here. How often do they need to be fed? Not human poop. I was kidding. Every 2 to 3 hours, Tatsu. Every 2 to 3 hours. All right. Well, this is delicious. The soup turned out well. I'm very happy with it. Recipe done. No farther notes. And also, oh shit, I didn't stop my timer. That took 40 minutes of cooking. Yes. See, I was not self-aware of what else was happening on the screen when I said that tastes great.
Ew.
So
You ate poop.
I ate poop. Apologies. Cook time 40 minutes. So this recipe is just under an hour worth of time. Just great. That's really, really good. Let's see. I want to package this up now. I think this is going to make... I want to package this and just get some servings. Indigo says, I definitely missed every ingredient in the soup after the onions and carrots. Fair. Me too. I was in a bit of a fugue state. So this soup has onions. We started out with carrots and onions. It has garlic, split peas, chickpeas, black-eyed peas, and vegetable broth, in addition to salt and black pepper. So we're gonna measure out. These are 4-cup quart containers. So we're gonna measure 2 of those. And probably another, at least 1 2-cup container. So this is gonna make 4, 8, probably about 10 cups worth of soup. Fun fact, I don't have another 2-cup container. Gwen, can I get just, you're good. You're good. Just stay right where you are. Just stay right where you are. Okay. It was a dump recipe, Indigo. We had, we prepped the carrots and onions and garlic. Those are the only physical prep for this. Everything else is canned, or in the case of the broth, boxed, or in the case of the split peas, just measured. So this is a relatively simple recipe. The longest part of it is the split peas, and I cut 20 minutes off of my original recipe timing here. The last time I made this, it took an hour. This time it took 40 minutes. So, like, pretty good, pretty happy with the, like, final result here in general. Oh, makes me want to go back into fostering. Do it. Or, just enjoy watching the fostering happening. Fog Ice, you're funny. Yeah, Indigo, we were talking earlier about using like dried beans versus like canned stuff. And I do love me some dried beans and some fresh beans. And I could probably do this in the Instant Pot, right? Like I could definitely make this in the Instant Pot. And use dried black-eyed peas and dried chickpeas. But I'm trying to make, sort of the most accessible thing I can. So the cans are great. And I love a canned something because like chickpeas, especially, like they're cooked already. So for this, you don't need to do anything other than like warm them in the broth. They're cooked, they are ready and seasoned. So I like them for simple stuff. All right, we are finished with the 2 recipes that I wanted to test on stream today. Now we're going to turn toward writing a new one. Are we? Yeah. Yeah, 7:45. I can just do that. Because I cooked the chicken already. Really, the only thing that I need to do with this recipe is figure out some volumes. Everything else is like super simple. And I just want to like see if it works. I have an idea. I have an idea that it will work. And so we're going to like try to do that. But what notes do I have? So this is 4, 8, 10 cups. Makes 10. So 10 cups of total volume. We'll figure out a serving size for that. And I could just do like 5 2-cup servings. This is like basically a serving. This is 2 cups. So I think that's probably about right. So like 5 2-cup servings. All right. These are going to go in the freezer ultimately. But before that, we're just going to leave them on the counter to cool down a little bit before I pop them into the fridge and then ultimately the freezer. So, great. That was good timing for that recipe. Like here's also the descriptions, my like notes and directions I thought were pretty good. This was the original. So this is version 1, right? Like this is all where I took down all the volume and notes and sort of the process. Like you can see the original. Step 1, cook aromatics, onion, carrot, garlic. 2, next add split peas, stock, season, simmer, finish, add chickpeas, canned black eyed peas, simmer, heat through and season. Right? Like this was the notes from when I wrote the original, just like steps and directions, fleshed those out, and now this is what I'm left with. And I have some additional notes here. Like I realized I used large carrots last time. They were not medium. I forgot to add the olive oil to my directions. Changing the wording for garlic from chopped to mint. But generally speaking, like these are good. These are ready. Now I have two recipes that I need to like write up and like finish my notes on. But this is good. Very happy with those. Let's try, before we get started on the next one, I want to try one of these apple oat cheddar cookies that I made with the honey in them. With the honey as opposed to brown sugar, because I just want to see what they're like and if they're worth making that switch. They look good from a color perspective.
Oh my god.
So this is the thing. This is what they look like in the front. This is the back. The bottom. Back? Bottom. The bottom. That's the bottom. The inside. Take a look together. Haven't seen these. There's the inside. Look pretty good. Let's see what they are. See how they taste. Now, again, only difference between these and the other batch that I made, these have honey in them and not brown sugar. Okay. They're moister. They're a little bit chewier. They're sweeter, but that's also because I use Gala apples in these as opposed to Granny Smith apples. So they have a little bit of sweetness, but I'm getting that from the apple. Texture-wise, I think they're great. I kind of prefer these. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait until these are fully dry, because overnight they like dry out a little more. They're room temperature now. Oof. That one is bright orange.
The orange ones are very orange.
Yeah, he's very orange. The orange names? What are the orange names?
Chocolate chip pancake, cocoa pebbles.
Yep, those are the dark ones. Orange ones are Honey Nut Cheerio and Corn Puff. And I'll be damned if I can tell the difference between the two of them on that sheet of paper.
Yeah.
But he's just getting his butt wiped. Just a butt wipe, boy. Butt wipes and feeding. Every 2 hours. Till tomorrow. Good lord. They are kind of circular granola bars, Foul Geist. No, pretty similar. I like the honey though. I don't know if I like it enough to switch it out. All right, I'm just gonna try like a same piece of, like the same size. Oh, I'm gonna try the other one.
What's your chat's watching so they can tell me if they're anything.
The honey one is more, it's denser. I kind of like it more. I don't know which ones you fed yet.
I don't remember if I just fed this one or not.
Well, if it rejects it, probably not. Or probably. I don't know. If anyone watching knows whether Gwen fed the light orange one already, please feel free to chime in. Because she said she's not sure. The fugue state begins. Okay. Here's what I need to do. I need to go upstairs and get off of the desk up there. I need to get the notes for their next recipe that I want to do. So let me do that. I'm gonna run up and grab that real quick, and I'm gonna start. So I forget all what goes into this one. It's really simple. Did I even print it out? I think I did. I swear I printed it. Well, it wasn't where I was expecting it to be. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Here we go. Pumpkin casserole bake. They want this to be a bake and casserole, and not just a like one pot pasta. Which I was like, why don't we just make it a one pot meal? But that's how it goes. So this next one calls for, and let's get our ingredients out. 1 can of pumpkin. We have 100% pure pumpkin. I don't know if I'm going to end up using the whole can. We'll see. You finished with these for now?
No.
Okay.
The gray ones.
The gray ones. Okay. Vampire Witch She-Devil, welcome in. What are we doing on stream today? Well, this is a cooking stream. For anyone who's new, who's joined us in the past, I don't know, hour or so since I introduced myself last. This is a cooking stream. My name's Lou. We generally are doing some form of like culinary endeavor here. Often I'm doing recipe development, which is what I'm doing today. I was testing 2 recipes that I finished writing. I'm working on version one of another recipe right now. Oh yeah, he's going at it. Look at the ears. The little ears are like when kittens are eating, the little ears just go. That's my kitten impression. We're often doing recipe development. If I'm not doing recipe development, I'm doing dinners. Usually something that is vegetable forward. just like feeding my family. We do baking often on here. I'll do just kitchen projects that interest me. Maybe I want to do, what have I done that's just been like fascinating to me? Like ice cream, you know, different various baking things, whatever kind of intrigues me kitchen wise. So we do a lot of that. We also do some IRL streams out and about in the world. I live in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States, state of Pennsylvania. IRL streams include walking around in the city. They include food related things like going to a bunch of different ice cream shops. I say adjacent because sometimes we do things like go to a compost processor, which we did last week, and check out their operation, which was super, super cool. We're going to be going to the Kennett Square Mushroom Festival coming up. We're going to be going to Philadelphia Wholesale Produce Market coming up, a big hub of like produce as it enters the country or enters the Mid-Atlantic region and then goes out to various places on the East Coast. So we're going to check that out. Kennett Square is near Longwood, Fudge Darling. We have not been to Longwood Gardens. I don't actually know if you're allowed to live stream at Longwood Gardens. I haven't asked them. I could ask them. If you'd like me to go to Longwood Gardens, please feel free to post that in Discord, link to that in chat, in the Stream Dump channel. I'll add it to my itinerary of outreach. So we do IRLs, we do a lot of cooking stuff. Currently, what you're seeing in this camera here is the process of bottle feeding some brand new foster kittens.
What camera? It's not on them.
No, it's on the ground.
Oh.
It's right here.
Oh.
Yeah, it's been watching you feed.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes. Broccoli, Kennett Square is the mushroom capital of the world. They do the Kennett Square Mushroom Festival, always the weekend after Labor Day.
Did you know when a meow cat on you, it actually meows like a cat when cats meow after meowing? This is because when a cat meow, it actually meowing to talk. Meow.
Vargas, that was a long one.
Oh my god, they're so cute. Look at this face. What
Yeah.
are the gray ones' names?
I don't know.
Look at it.
I'm looking.
Look
Yo,
into its eyes.
it is a cutie. That one's very small.
The gray ones.
He's very small. But broccoli, yeah, the Mushroom Festival is super fun. Oh my god. The gray ones are named Rice Krispie and Frosted Flakes. So yeah, that's the stream. I don't game. I'm not a gamer. I do food and IRL. And that's it. And also, if you're new here and you're hanging out in chat and you, like me, don't like being perceived, follows are silent.
Please.
In chat, I love, yes, okay, I do love being perceived. This is true. But what I don't love is when you go into a streamer's chat, you hit the follow button, and like an alert pops up, and then someone
Daddy?
says
Sorry.
a bunch of stuff in
Daddy,
chat,
sorry. Daddy?
and sounds
Sorry.
happen.
You know what?
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry.
And-
Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy.
Okay, whatever. I have one more kitten to feed.
I know a lot of people like that, Gwen. I personally don't. So if you follow this channel, nothing happens. You just get to follow. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no anything. And if you want to be perceived, just say hi in chat. And if you want me to make a big deal out of you following when you're a new follower, you can just say that in chat and being like, hey, where's the noise? Where's all the fanfare? And you know what? I'll give you some fanfare. Totally fair. Some people do like that, as Gwen
Don't matter.
just pointed out.
None of this matters.
Belly flops. That's deeply accurate. None of this actually matters. Always the weekend after Labor Day, Broccoli. Exactly. Day trip for me too.
Cat, I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cat, I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cat, I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance.
Somehow that reminds me of Hamster Dance, which if you know, you know. Do I have any recipes that would be easy for a disabled individual? Without knowing the specific disability, probably. Depending on like what easy means. A lot of my recipes are very easy. Very generally straightforward. I try to keep things pretty simple. This one is a little, the one I'm working on now is like maybe a little too simple for my own like personal tastes. Cerebral palsy and rheumatoid arthritis. Okay, so perhaps like limited, you would want like low chopping, low manipulative, like limited hand movement, not a lot of like, yeah, like you're not like small dicing a butternut squash, which takes a ton of work. I've known people with both of those things, so that would be familiar. Do I have any recipes like that? Probably. No jars or cans. Like for probably, I can't think top of mind anything that would be like super like that definitely fits that bill. But I also have a lot of recipes, and I don't know all the ones that I have. If you want to shoot me a message in Discord, I'd be happy to take a look and like see what's kind of out there. Daisy's just sniffing. She's just sniffing. Am I sure that she's sniffing? I'm positive that she's just sniffing. She's just curious. She just wants to know what's going on. Well, these cats have all just descended. They have it's the word I'm searching for. They have just turned into a little cuddle puddle. Yeah, sweet potatoes, stuff like that, definitely hard to cut by hand. Yeah, shoot me a message in Discord, and I can probably send you a recipe or two that I've done that would fit that bill. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I'm reasonably certain that there is something in the canon of work out there. Dump everything in a pot and to go is a good recipe. Like this one that I just did, if you like shredded the carrot, you could probably shred the carrot and the garlic. And then everything else is coming out of a can. The jar opener, yeah. Yeah, the can opener, the electric can openers. Oh man, I remember having one of those as a kid. I don't now. This recipe is calling for a can, which does not have a pull tab on it, which I kind of don't like. It's also calling for butter and Parmesan, some level of spice, clove, allspice, sage. I think I'd love to use sage in here if possible. I think that would be ideal. As well as chicken. We have a chicken. And rigatoni for pasta. So, a couple things. One, I'm gonna get a pot of water on the stove because I have some pasta to make. And then we're gonna get the other ingredients out that need to get prepped. So the other ingredients that need to get prepped are the Parmesan, and I need to pick the chicken, the meat off the chicken, and then it says Parmesan, but I feel like I want to use a different cheese for this, because I was thinking Parmesan in terms of like a sauce, but I think if I'm just gonna do what I'm thinking is that the butter I think I'm gonna melt. How do I want to make this? So I want to make the pasta. I want to make the pasta. I want to salt my pasta water. So let's get that on the stove now. Pasta water is salting. I'm gonna salt the water. How much salt? I don't know. A bunch. Salt the pasta water. Turn that on. Turn that on to boil. Yes, pull tabs. Exactly. Posh spice. I saw something on Instagram the other day that was like, instead of doing the like ENJP or whatever personality quiz, people were like, let's just, what Spice Girl are you? Or like, which like, oh, I'm a sporty posh or something like that. I thought that was funny. Gwen says I'm baby. Then she cackles at me. I was naming spices. This is true. But it was the thing was like they were talking about like, oh, you're like a combination of the two, you know, these two, and whichever one's like the second one in the name is like the more dominant trait. It's basically like, instead of astrology, like, oh, like I'm a Libra with like, you know, a Sagittarius rising or whatever. It's like, you know, I'm a sporty baby or a posh baby or a, you know,
Ginger baby.
a ginger baby. Gwen says I'm a ginger baby. I don't know. Which Spice Girl are you? Ash, scary baby. Yeah, I didn't really think about it too much. I feel like I would go far more deeply into thinking about that than I would about anything specifically astrology related. Fudge spice. I'm a pumpkin spice myself. I'm just kidding, I'm not. Okay, so can of pumpkin, butter. I think what I want to do is I want to combine the butter and the pumpkin in the pot that the pasta is in. After the pasta's done. I want to melt the butter, mix in the pumpkin, mix the pasta into that, dump the pasta, mix the chicken into that. So we have, if you're keeping track here, and the spice. So we have basically pumpkin, butter, seasoning, chicken, and pasta all being mixed together in a pot. And I'm going to dump that into a 9x13 casserole dish and cover that with cheese and bake it for like 10 minutes, right? Just until it like starts to bubble and the cheese is melted. That's why I think I don't want to use Parmesan. I think I want to use like a Havarti, which is what I got. Or maybe even like a cheddar. I'm leaning towards Havarti because I know it melts really well. Parmesan doesn't really melt all that well. Havarti will melt. So if I shredded it and put it over the top and baked it, it should melt really nicely. That's my thought. So what did I just say? Make pasta, then drain, then heat butter, pumpkin, and spice together. Add chicken, add pasta, dump into 13x9, top with cheese, and bake until brown and bubbly. Okay, that's my like basic thought process here. It is in fact a late stream. That is true. Okay. 10 after dark. Yeah, well, what had happened tonight is Calvin went out and he'll be back probably around 9:30 or so. I was expecting him to be here for dinner, and so I wasn't going to do this recipe. I probably would have sped up a little bit. We also had an interruption with cats, plus a dog sniffing. Not an interrupt, a welcomed introduction. We had a welcome break for cats. So let's keep going with what we're doing here, because this shouldn't take all that long.
I'm gonna go see if CVS is open.
Okay, I know they're open.
Hey, CVS master.
No, I'm pretty sure because CVS is usually open till like 9 or 10. Okay. If they are, can you get like some aloe for Calvin, for his all the sun that he got today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sounds weird using pumpkin without cream or milk. No, I shouldn't. We should not probably leave that open. We should probably put that somewhere, because I am only going to be like half aware of that. You can leave it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine to be in the same room. I'm just not like... Yeah. Yeah, I just don't, I don't like... If they get restless and start climbing out, like, or whatever, Yeah, Daisy's very curious. Okay. I did put down here as an option to add cream to this, and I do think I want to do that. Maybe like a 1/4 cup, something like that. Sarah, we do have some new rescues. They're short-term fosters that are with us for short term.
1 or 2 nights.
Yeah, one or two nights is the projection here. Just a second.
Unless you want to wash them all.
Let me wash my hands. No, I don't. Let me wash my hands here. Yeah, belly flops. The last ones were indeed short term, but like if we're being like retrospectively honest and honest in the moment, it was. We had a couple fosters before those, and we've always been a cat household. So we were going to be a cat household again. It was inevitable that more cats were coming into the house. So like 3 is an okay number, and they were, cute. Full stop. Period. They were cute. Let me get out some type of spice over here. I said sage. Do I have sage? I do have sage. Okay. So we're gonna use sage in here, because I kind of like that better, and it's dry, so whatever. Tatsu, yeah, I think that with the cream, I was trying to keep this relatively easy. I have pumpkin, butter, cheese, spice, chicken, rigatoni. That's 6 ingredients. I usually like to keep things to 6. What I'm going to say is, like, cream is optional. I'm going to add it. Some folks don't want cream. I don't understand, but, there we are. A Calvin Sage, my mom would have had me in bed by 7:30. No questions asked. No reading a book under the covers. Right. Well, it's still summer. It's summer for another couple days. So we're still in like summer mode. I like broccoli. I do love the idea of like a pretty clear bedtime. But we're pretty lax about it during the summer, or at least we have been this summer. During the school year, it is a little bit more straightforward. Like, 8 p.m. is, I think, generally bedtime. So, okay. Aloe. Okay. Lest I make assumptions, who are you to each other? Indigo. Gwen, who is Gwen to me? Gwen and I are married. We have one child who is our child, and we have been together since 2004. Had a variety of different forms of relationship. I use the word partner because I think that it is applicable and inclusive. And doesn't feel like ownership. And also it feels expansive. If we want to use the term primary partner in the context, that would also be appropriate. Although I don't like hierarchical terms of that nature. Although functionally, functionally we got a lot going on with the house and the kids, so like, say what you want, but those come first. Sarah, me too. Could also be some lady with cats. This is true. She is also some lady with cats. That both things can be true. Both things can be true. We have both had other partners. May have other partners again. And that's sort of how life goes after you've been together after you've orbited together for a long, long time. Things change. Relationships change. But that's the short of it. Hard to put all of it into words. All right, we have a whole chicken, rotisserie chicken worth of meat here. I'm just measuring it out as I'm waiting for my water to boil. Yeah, orbited together. Well, I mean, that's the thing. You people age. I've known Gwen since we were 18 years old. Like, you can't be everything to everybody. You can't be somebody's everything. It doesn't work. And the sooner you sort of get that through your head, not you, just in general, those people confuse me. The people that are like, we do every single thing together. They satisfy all my needs. I'm like, really? That's odd. That's odd to me. Because I'm like, hey, Gwen, do you want to go hiking? And she's like, fuck you. No. You want to go camping? No. Cool. Okay. I don't need you to. Which is nice. And the same, she's a gamer. She likes gaming. She's going, she has trips that she goes on that are all hers. I don't need to be involved. Broccoli, that's incredible. 30 years is a long time. 30 years is a real long time. We've been together for 21. 21, also a relatively long amount of time. Yeah, Ash, that's great. I feel like, I mean, we've been sort of doing that for not our whole time together, but a long time. Long enough that it's like second nature now. Inigo says, I just turned 30. I can't imagine being with someone for that long. It just, you know what? I can't either. And then it just happens. And then you're like, oh, oh, that was weird. And then sometimes for some people it doesn't, you know. I have friends who are my age, who are not married, who aren't even dating and are happy that way and don't want to date. I have people in my life who are dating but not partnered, or, you know, who just like want to sleep with people and don't want to be in like a escalation style relationship. And I think all of that is valid. I think it's all about just communication and your ability to do that, your ability to like manage your own emotions through that. You know, you want to get laid but you don't want to date? Great, go for it. Just be open with yourself and the people who you choose to have in your orbit. It's all about communication. Wow, imagine that. 21 is long enough to know each other's quirks. 21 is long enough that if I want to push a button through the fucking floor, I can do it. Don't even need to think about it. Just, you know. And also, you know, sort of, you just know people really well. You know the arc of their day, and but I will say, sometimes things are still surprising. All the time, things are surprising. And that's kind of fun, too. That is, I'm going to wash my hands here while I'm chatting. That is a nice thing. That is a nice aspect, that people still have the capacity to surprise you. How old am I? I'm 40. Vicariously, hello, welcome. Totally. You respect each other's growth. Right. And if you're growing, the thing is, you can still grow apart without necessarily being apart. Like, you don't need to keep, you know, if all of a sudden you want to start taking karate classes and your partner doesn't, that doesn't mean that you guys can't do something, you know, that doesn't mean that they can't still be supportive of you, you know. Now, what that does mean is if they're like, oh, I think that's stupid, then, you know, that's bad. If they're like, I'm never going to come to one of your karate events because I think it's boring, then, like, okay, you're not being supportive. But, like, hey, I don't want to take karate, but, like, you do, and you seem to be into it, and I enjoy spending time together, and so maybe I'll just come to your event. You know, you're competing in this thing. I don't have to come to the practice all the time. This is an example that is not applicable to anyone currently in my life. But Calvin, my son, takes karate, so I'm using that as an example of a thing that I go to regularly that I do not myself participate in. Okay, let's get a check here on how much chicken we have. We have 2+ cups of chicken. I would say that a standard rotisserie chicken probably has 2 cups of meat, just straight up. But what I will say is that this recipe will call for 2 to 2.5 cups of meat from a rotisserie chicken. I'm going to measure how much this weighs. Ash says, I'm grateful to being exposed to different dynamics through some of the online spaces I'm a part of. It's all about communication. It really is all about communication. I think growing up, I had very little exposure to, like, what is ethical non-monogamy? What is polyamory? What is queer mean? What does any of that mean? And, you know, that was 30 years ago. I started sort of like understanding any of that. And I'm grateful that now we have a much clearer language around a lot of these types of things. Let's see. So this is roughly 15.8 ounces, call it 450 grams. So anywhere up to a pound of chicken is appropriate. I am going to go ahead and use all of this in here because I think whole rotisserie chicken is roughly that same amount of volume. Generally a rotisserie chicken is going to be a little smaller than what I just had too. So, participating with your presence vicariously, totally, exactly that. Laugh at the quirks, push the buttons, ignore the momentary hissy fits. Right, and also like accept that people are going to be angry at you, accept that you're going to get angry at other people, manage how you get angry at other people, how you respond, and how you repair from all of that. Right? It's okay to fight. It's totally okay to fight. And if you don't, that's great too. You know, maybe you communicate really well. It's okay to fight. It's how you deal with the fight afterward. Broccoli, exactly. He doesn't want to rip the Virginia Creeper off the house. He wants rather change oil, but you know, 100%. All right. Daisy's banging at the door to go outside. Twitch is banging in my notifications that we need to run a quick ad. I'm going to throw an ad on stream. I'm going to put a game of words on stream up on the screen. We're going to do a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you want to hear me ramble on during the ad break, you can do that. I am live on YouTube. You can go subscribe to that. And it would be great if you did, even if you don't want to hear me ramble. Anyway, we're going to run a quick ad on Twitch. It'll be 3 minutes long. Here comes a game of words on stream to occupy you while that happens. I'm going to let Daisy out and we'll be right back. BRB. I know, I'm coming. Jeez.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of
Dogs down here banging at the door. Waving through a window at my neighbors who are outside. Hello, I'm letting my dog to shit on the patio. I hope you don't mind. Goodbye. All right, well, what is she doing? She's out there. I can't see her. Oh, she's peeing. Great. Perfect. Good job. Good job, dog. Way to pee outside and not on the basement floor. That's what I expect of you. That's what I hope. Oh, bonus. Bonus. Got a bonus coming on here. Perfect. Hey, good job, Denise. She waited until she really had to go out. Beautiful. All right, come on in. Come on. I know, you can't see me. Yes, the door's open. There it is. Okay. You can't hear me anymore, so she has to rely on sight. Perfect. Good girl. That's a good dog. Oof. Evacuated everything. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Water for my pasta is boiling. That's great. Let's get out the rigatoni. I actually got these small rigatonis today. That's kind of annoying. I don't know if I love that, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Let me check. The nice thing about Calvin being at a specific event tonight is that I can check whether that event has ended. It has not. Great. Always kind of funny. Indigo, it doesn't tell us the words. It's really annoying. It really doesn't tell us the words. Let's see. Okay, we only have 30 seconds left on this ad break, so I'm just going to we're not going to run a second We're not going to run another game because then it would just like bleed over into the other thing. Anyway, what am I doing here? There we go. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hello. Twitch tells me that the ads are over. Yay, the ads are over. Great. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Again, if you don't like ads, you can always go watch on YouTube and listen to me ramble while the ads are running on the channel. While we were gone, my dog went outside. All good. Things are great. We're going to pop this rigatoni into the water behind me. It's boiling and ready to get rigatonied. 6 quarts of water, cooking time 12 to 14 minutes. Perfect. All right, let's do 12 minutes on the clock. Dump. I'm using the whole pound of rigatoni. We're just going to do, to keep things easy, I prefer using like a whole pound of something. I prefer using the whole thing. Liz says, are we becoming a 9-cat household? No, Liz. I think that everyone recognizes that might be a bad idea. 1, 2, Gwen is going away this weekend. And in complete honesty, I am not up for the task of bottle feeding 6 kittens. I'm not up for it. I want to say that I'd love to be up for it, but like I kind of don't want to be up for it. I think that that's a lot, and I don't want to do that. So they will be going back. They're also like, the shelter was like, hey, we need you to do this for like a night, maybe 2. The shelter was like, hey, this is only temporary. Gwen said it was temporary. I'm choosing to believe everybody in this situation. So Daisy's here. Would y'all like to see Daisy get a carrot? Daisy's here, and Daisy is not waking up from a nap in this moment. She's spry and mobile. So we can give Daisy a carrot. This is my dog. This is Daisy. Daisy is a pit bull. Daisy is about to be 13 years old. Daisy, stay there. Stay there. No, sit. Good girl. Look at her. Sit. Hey, I know you're getting excited, but we are just going to feed you a carrot right here. And you have been such a good girl today, looking at all these brand new kittens that are in our house. She's like, why do we keep doing this? Why does there keep needing to be kittens? Why? And I hope they're not staying. Broccoli says it's the bottom wiping more than the bottle feeding. Yeah, the bottle feeding part is cute. Angry Rook, welcome in. Hey, Angry Rook, it's good to see you. It is the bottom wiping. Yes, Daisy can no longer hear. Daisy is completely deaf. So, for example, no. Oh, she knows my hand is there. Look, there's one on the ground still. Now, I'm not asking you to lie down. I'm telling you that you missed a piece. There you go. Good girl. Good girl. Here, one more. Whoop. I dropped it. Okay, hey. All done. All done. There is no more. See, no more. We have nothing. She's gonna chill. She's gonna chill. She's a very good dog, and she does know some sign language, Liz. But if I showed you the sign language she knows right now, she would start doing her tricks and think that more things were coming. Yeah, her ears don't work. For example, if I was like, nope, she didn't look at me. Yeah, yes, I did. Daisy. Daisy. She's voguing. Daisy. There she is. This is a good dog. This is a very animal centric stream today, isn't it? It really is. Yeah. Good girl. Okay. Now you're just hanging around for scraps, and I know that's what you're doing. I'm aware. I'm aware that you're just here for scraps. Angry Rook. The cats were here. The cats will probably... We may see the cats again. Not... We have seen one of our full-time cats. We have seen 6 bottle-feeding kittens today. This has been a lot. Today's been a lot. Today's been a lot. Let me wash my hands real quick while Daisy stands right there and looks longingly at me and whines. The fun part / not at all fun part about her being deaf now is that she whines pretty much constantly. And she can't hear herself doing the whining. So she just sounds, she's just like constantly like she's leaking air. It's like it's like a balloon. But she's still a good girl. So yeah, food. What did we have today? We had food. We did have multiple cats. My child came on the stream earlier. So there was a lot. There was a lot happening today. Devins, welcome in. Hey, I think I saw some other folks during earlier. Guy doing things, welcome in. Casfilin, welcome in. I saw y'all participating in the words on stream. And then I didn't say anything because we were in an ad break and I wasn't sure if you could hear me, but welcome regardless. A child, or your child, my child. My child. Okay, water's boiling, timer is going. I have 5 minutes left on this pasta. 1, save the pasta water. 2, I need a colander. So let's do...
This is your friendly reminder to save a cup
And then
of pasta water.
That and that. Pasta water is going to go into... let's put the pasta water in a mug. Put the pasta water in a mug because can't really think of anywhere else to put it, honestly. All of my containers are in use currently. Okay, just want to let that pasta cook for just a little bit longer. Did that sound run? Is that the right command for that sound? I forget. Did the sound go? I missed it. If it did. Yowling by the water bowl at 10 a.m. Yes and yes. Okay, good. Thank you, Liz. You would know the command better than I would, to be perfectly blunt. So. Okay, we have some sage here. Butter. How much butter do I want? So I'm not using cream. But I am using butter. I think I'm gonna start with 3 tablespoons of butter. I think that's probably a fair and appropriate amount of butter. I'm gonna reserve this 4th just in case. Butter, chicken, can of pumpkin, and then sage. Then the cheese is, I think I am going to go with the Havarti. and we'll try it. We'll just see how it goes. This is a very aggressively fall dish. Let's see, what's Calvin up to? I'm getting texts from the folks that he's out with right now. Cheese. Let's get the cheese out. I have 2 minutes left on my clock. I need to dump that pasta water. So I'm hedging so that I don't overshoot my timing. Not hedging. I don't want to start doing something like would be difficult to pull away from. Okay. I'm also gonna get out my casserole dish. This is a 9x13 casserole dish. Should be plenty of space. We've had no corn this summer. I did not do any super specific corn things. I will tell you, Liz, that we have had corn in the house. Have I? I did one corn recipe. I did work on a corn recipe on stream, but it was a raw corn salad and it only took me like 10 to 15 minutes. But you're right. It's still corn season. There is still corn out there in this region, and plenty of it, honestly. Oof, broccoli, the food pyramid. Do we even follow the food period anymore? Is that even a thing? Dill Havarti with crackers sounds great. Angry Girl. Dill Havarti is my favorite type of Havarti cheese. I have plain Havarti this time around. Because again, I just wanted to get the easiest thing. What I will say is that if, for this particular recipe, if folks wanted to use dill Havarti, go for it. Maybe. I hope the Havarti works. I don't know that the Havarti is actually going to work for what I want. This may turn out to be not great. So we'll see. Okay. We have my timer going off. That was 12 minutes. I'm going to set a 2-minute timer. I just tasted one of those rigatonis and it's not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. So we're going to wait. I'm going to wait another minute on the clock. I'm going to pull one out and try that one. Oh, I used my cheese shredder earlier, didn't I? I did. Okay. That's fine. We'll use this one. Let's also just get a little measuring cup here. 2-cup measure is where? 2-cup measure is in the sink. Okay, so we're gonna measure out 2 cups of shredded Havarti. I don't anticipate using all of it, but I want to have it like available. It was wildly disproportionate, the food pyramid. Yeah. Yes. Ash, thank you for coming through. It's been really nice to chat. I hope you come back. We're live a couple nights a week. Usually, I'm on a little late right now, but it's because I had a schedule change. Generally, my schedule during the school year, which starts next week, is going to be probably 2 days a week from like the early afternoon into like 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's like probably where I'm going to land. But you're welcome to come back anytime. I'd love to have you. There's macaroni and then there's cheese. Yes. That is the food binary. Those are the 2 things we need. Oof. Yeah, the government told you eggs were healthy, and they weren't healthy. And they are healthy, but only if you eat the whites. Kind of an intense level of like trying to figure out what's good and what's not, huh? All right. Where are my pot holders? There they are. Pasta's done. Let's get that into the colander. I saved my pasta water already. I have it in a mug. It's done. Can confirm. Or I am confirming out loud that pasta water has been saved. Okay, dumping the pasta. Now, I'm going to turn that burner off for just a moment because I want to shred this Havarti first before I get to the next part, because that's going to be we're going to get to kneading this Havarti real quick here, because all I'm doing is adding the butter and then the butter and then the pumpkin and then the sage and then the pasta and chicken, and then we're going to top it. We're going to dump it and top it with cheese. So yes, fellas, I caught that. I didn't catch it. Let me be super clear. I didn't watch this. I didn't watch the last Star Trek stream or New World episode. I didn't watch the last Star Trek thing. And I have admitted on this stream to not watching, to having never seen Doctor Who? Is that where that TARDIS comes from? I know what it is. It's the blue phone booth. But I'm pretty sure it's Doctor Who. I know it's not Doctor Strangelove. I know it's not Doctor Feelgood. Doctor Who. Good. Okay. Yeah, see, I know things. I don't. There it goes. That's the limit. I believe it's also a time machine. I think. Or it does something with traveling through space and or time. I do know what it is, though. So yes, it is indeed one of those iconic things. And I am familiar with the concept of the TARDIS. Not anything past that, but if you were like, if the final answer on Jeopardy was like a picture of that thing, I would know the answer is what is a TARDIS. I might call it the TARDIS though, which is potentially verbally inaccurate. That I don't know, but I do know what it is. Anyway, why was it in there? Do we have like an understanding of why? I used to watch Doctor Who with Tom Baker. Okay. God. See, every once in a while, I probably sound so foolish and so naive to like all of you. Doctor Who is kind of like James Bond, right? Where there's just like multiple people who've played Doctor Who over the years, and people like have their favorite Doctor Who, right? That's accurate to say. Let's go over to the stove real quick while you all are telling me what a complete noob I am. We're gonna melt this. Hold on, this camera feels zoomed in? It's not. Wait, maybe it is. Maybe it is. It is. Huzzah! See, I knew it was. We're gonna melt the butter in this pot. Then we're gonna put the pumpkin in. Just an Easter egg. Wouldn't be the first time the TARDIS was near a scavenger ship, so to speak. Liz, I don't know a darn thing about Doctor Who. Good. Not good in the sense of like, I feel good, but like, I don't feel so alone. Thank you. Science fiction loves to do that with things in the background. And that's kind of, I do appreciate that, because it kind of keeps, if you're a fan, it keeps you engaged, and I don't know. It creates conversation. There's no harm to it. Multiple actors, Broccoli says, in the role over the decades. Yeah, that's okay. So I do know something about, at least. No, I don't. I know that there's multiple doctors. I hope no one was offended when I equated that to like how they have James Bond. 60 to 70 years of Doctor Who to catch up on. So far, yeah, you too. I'm gonna go ahead and just say, probably admit that it is unlikely I will ever watch Doctor Who, and that's not because I think that it's whatever. It's not because I have negative opinions about it. It's because it's just like, if I haven't by now, I'm probably not going to. Okay, so we heated the butter. Let's do the pumpkin. Add the pumpkin in here. I'm gonna do a whole can of pumpkin. Plorp, 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 plorp. Now, the pasta was in water that was salted. The butter has been salted. I am reluctant to add a lot more salt to this, so maybe I won't. But we're just going to heat this briefly. This is on, let's see. What is the stove on? Heat the butter, pumpkin, and spice. Butter on medium, pumpkin, medium. Let's add to this a teaspoon of sage. A teaspoon of sage. Dried sage. And I'm going to add a teaspoon of black pepper too. E.T. I love E.T. I watched E.T. Within the past like year or two. Add a teaspoon of black pepper. It's a lot of black pepper, but I think it'll be good. And we're gonna heat this probably. I don't know. This has been in here for maybe a minute. I should have timed this. I'm gonna go ahead and add that other tablespoon of butter here because I don't see why not. And we'll heat that through. Heat that until the butter is gone. Then we're going to add the chicken. And then we're going to add the pasta. There's a ton of sodium indigo in here. Yeah, there's already a bit. I tasted the pasta and I definitely, it's salty. Like it's acceptably salty. So that's good. We love that. Let's taste this. I just want to get like a little how's it going. No, that definitely does need some salt. So let's do a teaspoon of salt. The pasta, the salt in the pasta and the chicken I also salted because it was like a rotisserie, it was seasoned. So let's get another little bite of that. Better. Ooh, that's good. Okay. So this is what do we want to say about this? Heat, pumpkin, butter, spice, teaspoon salt. 1 teaspoon pepper. Heat to steamy. It is steamy right now. Then we're going to add our chicken. Add our chicken. Stir to incorporate. I'm going to add our pasta. And stir to incorporate. And oh, got one escaping. Great. I need to turn my oven back on. Turn my oven to 400. And then I want to add a splash of my pasta water. And just stir to combine. Oop, another escapee. Okay, well this looks, see, I when I pitched this, was like, okay, it's done. Like, this is done. But we'll bake it with some cheese on it. I'm going to add another splash of pasta water. So that's about half of a mug. I should measure how much that was. So I will. I'm going to add even more than that. Okay, I'm going to add a whole mug of pasta water. That's the... There. Okay, that's better. And we're going to stir, stir, stir. Looking good. For Danger Mouse. I feel like I've seen an episode of Danger Mouse. What could you use in place of pumpkin? Well, as far as canned stuff goes, not a whole lot. I'm going to add a second teaspoon of sage to this because I can't even see the sage in here, and much less taste it. Okay. We've hit the 5.5 hour mark on stream. You know how I know? Because my microphone died. Okay. Anyway, I was saying we're adding 1.25 cups of pasta water, which is 10 ounces. That's how much water added to this. And just got out the second microphone and went to that. Okay, so we're gonna add shredded Havarti cheese to the top of this. I do love me some Havarti cheese, honestly. That is that is a cup of Havarti, and that's not going to be enough. Broccoli, that's kind of amazing. Escaped our herb garden. Nice. What canned pumpkin tastes like? Canned pumpkin is it tastes like the color orange. It is depends on what kind you get. It's like a little bit sweet. I don't think that they add sugar to it, but I'll check. If there wasn't tape over the lights. Yeah, this one, it only has these little lights on the top. But it's it dies regularly. It used to die at the 6-hour mark. Now it dies at the 5.5-hour mark. That's how you know the microphone is getting old. It's almost 3 years old at this point. Okay, this is our bake, our pasta bake going into the oven. Let me take a picture. What does this look like ahead of? What does this look like? There it is. Okay. There it is. I'm gonna pop that in the oven. Its oven's at 400. Let's bake that for, let's set a timer. Let's start with 10 minutes. Oven at 400. Let's see, 10 minutes. Notes. Who knows? Drink more, quick less. Welcome in, Robbie. Good to see you. Good to see you. We are, how close are we to being finished today? We're probably 25 minutes out, 30 minutes out from being done. So it's been a good one. Most canned pumpkin really isn't pumpkin. Right, Hubbard squash is another one I was trying to think of. This one says 100% pure pumpkin. So we're gonna take this one at its word, but let's look at the ingredients nonetheless. Ingredients, pumpkin. That's it. Literally just says pumpkin. So this one is actually pumpkin, but it says pure pumpkin. But I agree with you, a lot of them are not. They are a mix. Butternut squash, I feel like, is also another common one. Okay, last thing is in the oven. No more seasoning of anything. While we're waiting for that to cook, I'm gonna clean up just a little bit. Typically, I don't do a lot of like on-stream cleanup, but here's the deal. I'm gonna do that today because that's kind of what's needed in this moment. Okay, so we're gonna come over to this camera. Yeah. All right, you can really tell. You can really tell what's going on over here. And I've got chat over here at the sink too. So we're gonna do. I'm not gonna do all the dishes necessarily, but I am going to clean up in the sink while we're waiting the 10 plus minutes for this to cook in the oven. The oven is also still just preheating, so it may take a little longer than that. I should have let the oven heat up completely before putting that in there because of the thoroughness of being able to test it, but I didn't, so that's okay. It was pretty hot to begin with already, even though it was off because we used it earlier, so I should be able to kind of extrapolate. If it takes like, 12 to 15 minutes, then maybe it'll only take 10 otherwise. Okay, let's load up in here though. Yeah, broccoli though, I do agree with you. A lot of those orange flesh winter stuff tastes relatively similar. I mean, there's people who love butternut squash out there in the world who would probably fight me over that statement, but it happens. Yeah, the sink is infected with the orange. The sink has a sheet pan in the bottom of it that I use for the cookies, which is just soaking, or it was soaking. Now it's just sort of ready to be scrubbed. But we're getting through. Let me get through the dishes here, or at least get everything that can go in the dishwasher so that we can minimize the cleanup after stream. And all the stuff that's in the sink, a lot of it can just go. A lot of it can just go right in the dishwasher. Not all of it, but let's get these pots. Get these pots scrubbed out here. Yeah, today we don't always do dishes on stream, but today we will. Indigo asked me earlier, do I wear hats even when they're not needed to function as a microphone stand? You know, interesting question. I'm in a bit of a transition period, life-wise, with the hat situation. I've been a hat wearer my entire life, or basically I've been a hat wearer since I would say 5th grade, which is functionally 3/4 of my life at this point. I recently stopped wearing hats all day every day, and the reason was we spent some time in France over the summer, and I didn't wear a hat while I was there because it's just like not a thing that people would do. Like there's just less hat wearing overall. Like there's very few, I saw very few people who were not like tourists of some kind wearing a hat. And like honestly, I only saw one person wearing a beret who wasn't like a child and also a tourist. But I just like didn't wear them while I was there because I was like, I wanted to sort of fit in a little bit more, or I just wanted to like, I don't know, not stand out completely as like an American tourist. And then I came back and just kind of haven't really. Like the only time I put a hat on for the first time today, like seconds before streaming. So it's odd. I'm in a bit of a uncertainty period where I'll probably go back to it more regularly. I know like at TwitchCon this year when I go, I'm going to wear a hat like most of the time, but that's really because I think if I'm just being aware, I'm a little bit more recognizable with a hat on, especially in an environment like TwitchCon where I like, you know, where people know me from is this venue where I have a hat on all the time. But like otherwise, I just haven't been wearing one recently. And I've been fine with that. It's been a little weird, but how I clip my mic to my shirt. In this, for what I'm wearing right now, I would just I would clip it into the shirt pocket. The mic is also sensitive enough now, I could probably just sit it on the counter, if I'm being honest. It didn't used to be, but it is now. All right, we're almost there today, y'all. We're waiting, we got a couple more minutes. What's my timer looking like? 2.5 minutes left on the 10-minute timer. I assume that this will be just maybe a hair over 10 minutes, maybe 15 or so. That's not a hair, that's literally double. It was facetious. Indigo, fun fact about me. I know we're relatively new to getting acquainted, but I don't really get jokes. So when something is a joke, I almost always respond in earnest with a real answer because I don't know that it's a joke. There is a joke emote that you can use. There's also a command joke. Feel free to use either one of those after making a joke. And I will understand your meaning in that moment. And probably not before. Yes, it's one of my fun things that I get to do in life is not get people's jokes. Trust me, it happens in person too. It's not just on the internet. Oh, I think the joke command only works if you're the joke command should work. Oh, there it is. I'm wondering if the joke command only works with like subscriber emotes. That would be annoying. I should probably fix that. I didn't know that. Okay, well, now we do. Well, now we do. All right, what was in Calvin's lunchbox today? He didn't eat his caramel corn at all. I'll just throw that back in there tomorrow. All right, that is good. So that would be amazing if you could. You're an absolute savior for things like that, and I appreciate you very much for it. I am just so you know, I'm getting around to some stream admin. I'd like to do that on over this coming weekend. That's my goal. Is a little bit of stream admin this weekend. But we'll see. Hopefully. All right. So dishes are filed. My timer just went off. That was a 10-minute timer. Let's set another 5 here. All right. We got melted cheese. I think what I'm going to do is I think maybe I might want to broil this now for just a minute, maybe a minute or two, maybe 2 minutes. Functionally, my oven also just hit its preheated temperature. Now, I only turned it on a few minutes before I put the stuff in there, so it's not too far gone. The timing won't be too far off. So I think 400 is probably the right temperature, and maybe somewhere in the neighborhood of like 10 minutes is probably perfect at 400. I'm going to give it another... It's had another couple minutes. Okay. Yeah, that cheese is completely melted. So I'm going to put the broiler on. I'm going to broil it for 1 minute. I'm going to broil it for 1 and then see where it's at after 1. Broil on high. Okay. Broil high. Let's give it 1 minute. Okay, broiler's about to fire. So enjoy bedtime. Enjoy bedtime. It's always I love bedtime. My own, but I also like doing bedtime for Calvin. Mike, welcome back. A late night vibe. It is indeed. Today's been a long one. I've been live for almost 6 hours. I wasn't sure if I was going to go this late, but Calvin had other things to do this evening. He's still out. He's out with friends. I didn't have to make dinner for anybody. I did. I'm functionally making dinner right now. But I had time to get another little thing in today. So I know I've said this recently. Okay, broiler's going. That was 1 minute. We're going to be at 2 minutes here in a second. But I'm doing a lot more paid work on the recipe development side, and that's what we've been doing today, is just working on some things that are for profit, essentially. So the more I can do, the better, and I had time to do it today, so we did. Which is great, and profit is nice. That bag has seen some shit. The bag has seen some shit. This is a lunchbox style canvas bag that is old, very old. I don't even remember where I got it or when, but it has seen some shit. You are accurate. That is accurate as stated. Okay, 2 minutes is not quite there yet. I want brown on the cheese. I want brown on the cheese and brown on the edges of the rigatoni. So 1, 2, we're going on, we're in our 3rd minute here. Vampire Witch, that sounds really delicious, honestly. Leftover cheese dip, hamburger meat, and some flour tortilla roll-ups. That sounds great. And 100%, I love a use it up meal. It doesn't really matter about balance or any of that. Like if you're getting stuff that exists in your fridge in one form and putting it together in another form and making a meal out of it, that is like my favorite type of meal. I did that last night. Frozen pizza. Last night's meal was frozen pizza, wings. They were like deep fried wings, like chicken wings that I pulled the meat off of, and I put that on top of the frozen pizza. And then I took leftover green beans from Gwen had ordered a bunch of stuff this weekend for a party, including the wings and the green beans. I took the green beans, I added some butter and some seasoning to them because they were kind of plain. And like that was just a leftover meal last night. And I used some leftover cheese on top of the pizza too. So that was, we love a use it up meal. Sounds great. An old insulated lunch sack from the 60s that holds enough for 4 people for a picnic. Broccoli, perfect, right? And if it still works, then like, hell yeah. If it's functional, I imagine it doesn't keep things maybe as insulated as it used to. But who cares? If you're just using it for a picnic, then it's like, it's all good. All right, that was 4 minutes on high in the broiler. That's enough of that. Let's get this out. We'll take a look at it. And hell yeah. That looks fucking great. Smells great. Oven is off. Confirm. Oven is off. Fantastic. This looks good. We'll let this cool down for like a minute or two. Let's see. What does this look like? Bubbly. Browned pasta edges. And yeah, that's about it. I mean, it's bubbly. It's cheese. It's melted cheese. Like that's what it is. Great. So how many portions do you think this makes? 6. I would say this is a 6 portion meal. I am going to portion it out though. And check. Broccoli said SOS on rye. For the uninitiated, SOS is the colloquial phrasing for creamed chip beef. And it stands for shit on a shingle, which is beef in cream on top of a piece of toast. Indigo, enjoy your bedtime. I hope you have an easy and rejuvenating rest. Thank you for hanging out today. It's been really nice to chat, and you're more than welcome back. We're here a few times a week, and the schedule will be a bit more regular starting probably about 2 to 3 weeks from now. Once we settle into the school year and sort of know how things go, it will be more predictable, and we'll be back on like a regular schedule. For now, though, we're not. We're trying to be. I'm sort of on. I'm on something of a schedule. It's not quite there yet, but we're working on it. Broxy says, SOS brings me back to my childhood. Pizza Living Daylights had a hot dogs and beans. No, I think I agree with you on that. I never had it as a kid. My mom hated even the mere like thought of it, and so I never had it. Okay, so that's one. That's about 2. All in, that's about 2 cups. Ah, that's hot. Jesus. Okay. Pause, Lou. Take a picture of it. You know why you should take a picture of it? Because then you don't... Because you should. Because it should be... You should photograph it. Just for, like, proof of concept. Okay. Wipe your lens. Ooh, vampire witch. That sounds great. That sounds like a great process too, like a really good way to do it. Just like a little bit at a time, pull a couple things, like cook with those. I like the idea of that, and I very much love a use it up meal, freezer meals especially. Before we went on vacation this summer, we used basically for like the week and a half before vacation. I did something very similar and did a full just like freezer meals every night, and it was really satisfying. Casserole came out looking a lot better than I expected. Good. I'm glad it did. It was it came out looking kind of as I was expecting it to, so that's good. But I also had like a very clear mental image of like what it was supposed to look like. All right, here's what we made. This is a pumpkin pasta casserole. It includes canned pumpkin, butter, Parmesan, sage, chicken, and pasta, which is rigatoni. Pasta, rigatoni pasta in this case. It does not include any kind of cream, which was interesting to me. Okay, I also want to note the butter I used for... So when I say it doesn't have any cream, what I really mean to say is it has 4 tablespoons of butter, which is a lot. And this is a 2-cup serving, which is a lot. I mean, let's see, it's probably has 6 2-cup servings. How long was that in? So cook time for this is the pasta, that was 12 minutes, plus the baking time, which was 10, plus the broiling time, which was 4. So 12 plus 10 plus 4 is 26. Prep time. What did I even prep for this? Chicken and cheese. So prep time, 10 minutes max. So all in, this was like a 40-minute meal. If I'm not like measuring shit as I'm going along. Wow, okay. It's good though, too. It's a little too salty for me, but I know that that's because I oversalted the pasta. So, Vampire Witch has left biscuits, fried mushrooms, fried pickles, cheese sticks, Uncrustables, onion rings, 2 frozen burritos. That is interesting. You know what? We do a thing in this house called dip dinner, and I would take all that fried stuff. I would take the mushrooms, the pickles, the cheese sticks, and the onion rings. I would throw all those on a sheet pan at once, and then I would get all the dips that I can out of my fridge: barbecue sauce, ketchup, mustard, A1, sriracha, whatever you want. and just like I would eat all those at once. We call that dip dinner. Well, this turned out great. I'm really thrilled, honestly, with this. I was worried that the canned pumpkin, I was worried that there'd be too much pumpkin. That like the level of, yeah, I was worried that the pumpkin would be too, what's the word? Overwhelming. But like with a pound of pasta and a pound of chicken, it really wasn't. And so the only thing I'm missing from here that I think probably would have been good to have is some sort of citrus, like a lemon, or I don't know, maybe some heat to this would have been nice too. Missed a chicken bone in there. Eesh. Not good. Are you the only one who keeps like Taco Bell sauce packs? No. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. You really aren't. I do sometimes. Okay. Let's recap what we did today, and then I know where we're gonna raid. We had several we were very productive today. There was a very productive afternoon/evening in the kitchen. We did oh god. We started out by making apple oat cheddar cookies that also have raisins in them. They look like this. We made two different versions. One had brown sugar, the other had honey for the sugar. I think ultimately my final version of this is going to use the honey. The honey and the Granny Smith apples. So those were super satisfying. We also made soup. This is a 3-pea soup. The 3 peas are chickpeas, split peas, and black-eyed peas. Looks like that. It has settled in really nicely. It is very delicious, and I like really happy with how it came out. And then, so those are finalized recipes. I have to clean them up a little bit. I have a little bit of additional notes and clarifications to add, rewrite one of the sections on the cookies, but otherwise they're ready to go. I also worked on this recipe. This is a pumpkin pasta bake. This has canned pumpkin with the sauce in here. It's canned pumpkin and butter with sage. The solids filling in here are rigatoni and chicken, and it's topped with Havarti cheese. You could use cheddar if you like. You could also use Parmesan if you like. Either one of those, oh my god, would be acceptable. Okay, the next time that we will be live is going to be Thursday. Thursday will have roughly the same timing as today. I don't imagine that we'll be on as late as today, mainly because on Thursday I will probably be doing bedtime. So, and Calvin will be home for that. He's not home yet. It's 9:30 p.m. Let me check my text messages. Minnie Moon says Havarti is my least favorite cheese. Fair enough. I used Havarti because it is both melty and tangy. You don't need to use Havarti. I think any type of melty type cheese in here would be ideal. Okay. However, friends, we've reached the conclusion of our stream. We'll be live again on Thursday. We're going to raid a streamer who I love. And I don't often love raiding larger partner streamers. No offense. No offense. But I do love generally supporting folks who are smaller or roughly the same size as I am. However, we have some folks here who were coming from Zachary Michael's stream. And I'd like to drop you somewhere that also has a really fun, chaotic, conversational vibe. We're going to visit Barley the Burr. Barley is previously a gaming streamer and has been doing tons and tons of cooking recently. He's streaming in the food and drink category, so we love that. And today on Barley's stream, he is trying military MREs, which is ready-to-eat meals. And that seems like it could be very funny. I know it's going to be very funny because he is very funny. There's some raid messages in chat. Please feel free to use those. There's also some links to social media there in that chat for you to utilize if you'd like. We'll be back again on Thursday. Yes, we'll be back on Thursday. I don't really know exactly what we're doing on Thursday because I plan to do this on Thursday. We'll probably test the egg salad recipe that I worked on last time and then make like some sort of random cobbled together dinner. Honestly, I don't really know what we're doing on Thursday, but we're going to be in the kitchen. I know that for sure. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. I appreciate it. Today's been really fun. We went a little longer than usual, and I feel really lovely about all of your company and y'all hanging out tonight. And doing the thing. So thanks. I appreciate it. If you're lurking and not following, now's the time to hit the follow button. Nothing happens when you hit the follow button. Now's also the time to say goodbye. So we'll see you on Thursday. Hope y'all have a good one. Thanks.
Yeah! Oh, it's smoking a lot. Into the water, bitch!